Cheers, my friends. We are live once again. Whoops. AMC and GameStop continue their roller coaster ride. Matthew, Big Ace, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the stream. What's up, Robert? Deep, Fat Cat, Bagged. Vic, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. My apologies for the delay. Had a busy morning here with the family and whatnot, but got the older girls off to school. Got the little one settled in with grandma, so we are good to go. However, I knew it wasn't super urgent because as soon as I saw the price action in pre-market and after hours, I already had a good indication of which way things were going to go. Yesterday we did some technical analysis, and all signs point in the TA that the stocks AMC should have gone to $10 a share. GameStop should have gone to $60 a share following that trend line. However, as you guys may or may not know, as we've discussed on this channel many times, the TA on these stocks doesn't always work because of all the halts, because of all the manipulation. And a lot of people keep saying, oh, well, they won't let us win. And just like any game in the world, nobody's going to let you win. That doesn't change the fact that they are extremely over-leveraged and have actually doubled down on their bad bets. And I can show that to you here. The value of total shares on loan has decreased on GameStop from 99 million to 91 million, with 12 million shares having been returned overnight, utilization at 94%, and the value of outstanding security loans increased from 3.1 billion on GameStop to 4.4 billion dollars. That means that there is a higher outstanding securities loan on GameStop, and the value of that went by over $1.3 billion. And as our friend Warren Buffett likes to say, you shouldn't own common stocks if a 50% decrease in their value in a short period of time would cause you acute distress. This means that the shorts have taken out more short positions, if you can believe that ridiculousness. These guys are so over-leveraged, so underwater, that they have no choice but to take out further and further debt in order to try to manipulate these stocks. And we saw the same thing for AMC. AMC's is less, but also a major increase. The reason it's less is because the stock price was less. AMC was at $2 a share 2 weeks ago. GameStop was at $10 a share 2 weeks ago. Therefore, as you can see, the initial variability in the price there is about 500%. But still, the utilization on AMC is also at 94%. 10 million shares were returned overnight. There are 97 million total shares on loan, and the value of outstanding security loans on AMC has increased from 554 million to 660 million. This is the reason for the decrease in prices. The outstanding security loans signifies why the stock prices are going down. That means that shorts are taking out more short positions, right? So that leads further conviction. I hope some of you took some profits on some of your call contracts. I hope that you use this. I'm sorry. Let me rephrase that. I'm not a financial advisor, and this is not financial advice. I am not personalizing anything for anybody here. I'm just speaking generally. I hope that you took some profits on some of your call contracts, at least enough to be able to roll out into further call contracts if that is your strategy, right? Because I don't know your strategy. I don't know anything about your finances or your situation. If you need personalized financial advice, you should seek out and take on a financial advisor under contract and pay him for that. But that is not something that we offer here on this channel. So that is my plan. I have several hundred contracts for this week. I've got more for June. I've got more for January. I locked in some profits already so that I could go further out on my call contracts and average down on my share price. So if these guys continue to reduce the prices of AMC and GameStop, it shows me that there are better deals to be had on the stock, and I will be able to average down into even better, a better dollar cost average on these shares, which is always a good thing if you're not desperate for the cash, right? A lot of people out there are desperate for cash, desperate for money, and they make decisions that they then later regret because they needed the money that they put into a stock immediately or for whatever reason. Again, the thing is, as Warren Buffett has said as well in the past, if you're not willing to own a stock for 10 years, you have no business owning it for 10 minutes. And that goes for anything. I don't care if it's the SPY ETF. I don't care if it's the triple Qs. I don't care if it's the Dow or precious metals or silver or gold or AMC or anything along those lines. If you're not willing to hold on to that asset for a long time, you have no business investing in that. Maybe you should look into something like short-term 6-month or 9 months CDs at your bank. Again, I'm not a financial advisor, so you should ask them about that if you want. But looking at what we have here, AMC so far brought in its pre-market loss and is now down 10% on the stock, which is less than it was this morning. Same with GameStop. It is down 23%, again, less than it was this morning. And GameStop was down as low as $28.61 a bit ago as it continues to be pushed downwards. AMC was as low as $4.62 earlier today, which was a wonderful buying opportunity in my opinion. And they're chugging along nicely. We saw yesterday that they withheld, market makers withheld a significant portion of the buying pressure until the afternoon session. Kyle, how do you account for halts with all these positions? My friend, the Limit Up, Limit Down committee is literally run by the people that are short the stock. BlackRock, State Street, Citadel, Goldman Sachs, and others like that. So that's who runs the advisory committee. Naturally, let me turn up this microphone just a little bit. Naturally, these people do not want to lose billions more dollars, as short sellers between Monday and Tuesday had already lost over $5 billion on AMC and GameStop. Of course, like people say, they're not going to let us win. And they're going to make themselves look great because coming into this, they had made around $600 million over the last 6 months in their short position on AMC and GameStop. And in 2 days, they went from having made $6 million over the last 6 months to having lost $5 billion in 48 hours. That is the situation we're dealing with. That is why I'm here. That is why a lot of people are here. And I think a lot of people are intelligent enough to understand that fact. Bobby, what app are you using? Does anyone know? Well, I will be using Lit Exchange in the near future, but as of right now, I am using Webull, the Webull web trading app, because their downloadable app kind of, it's okay, but it's very clunky and bulky. Let me zoom in a little bit. We will keep an eye on everything all across the board from the markets, AMC and GameStop, precious metals, silver and gold prices. Kyle, a lot of people that are new do not understand that the majority of the movements in these prices happens in the after hours. Usually when AMC and GameStop start getting ridiculous, it happens in the after hours, in the pre-market, and in the overnight session, because in Europe, Germany, for example, there is no limit up, limit down halts. And this prevents them from the same amount of manipulation that they can do any other time of the day. So, that having been said, I will show you guys something. Check this out. So as we all know, Robinhood yesterday morning, according to Vlad Tenev from Robinhood, said, we're going to be upgrading some of our systems tonight to make sure we're prepared for even higher load. Some features, including 24-hour market, may not be available for a short period during the window of 1 a.m. to 3 a.m. The team is working hard to ensure things are running, blah, blah, blah. His usual bullshit. And of course, it came out at exactly 4:20 a.m. and said upgrade complete. And all morning until the 4:20 a.m., the price trended higher and trended sideways. And immediately, upon Robinhood Systems upgrade, let's call it an upgrade, finished, the stock price of GameStop and AMC began to be crushed. This is coincidental, to say the least. This is more than coincidence, because there are not this many coincidences on financial markets, where the stock price was moving upwards and sideways the entire pre-market session, higher and higher, all the way up to $61. And then at 4:20 in the morning, when they finished their upgrade, quote upgrade, it immediately began to get crushed. And Robinhood only has one market maker for their overnight session. Robinhood's 24-hour trading is directly linked to payment for order flow routing to Citadel Securities. When you open their extended hours trading disclosure on page 2, you'll find that Robinhood directly is using a single 24-hour market maker, Citadel Securities, which they route orders to using payment for order flow directly from Robinhood Securities. Citadel then routes them to their own 24-hour dark pool. 24-hour ATS stands for Alternative Trading System, which is a dark pool. Robinhood does not want to mention Citadel Securities at all, but it is clear as day, says Edward Perchik, that the same crime scene that occurred on January 27th through 28th The same crime scene, says Edward, that occurred January 27th through 28th, 2021, with racketeering and conflicts of interest between Robinhood and Citadel Securities, is all due to Citadel Securities being the largest payer to Robinhood for payment for order flow, for client orders, and routing back to Citadel to front-run all trades. And again, this can be seen here as we are calling on Gary Gensler, Gurbir Grual, the Justice Department, the New York FBI, the 5th Congressional District of New York, Congressman Representative Gregory Meeks, the State of New York, the Southern District of New York, the Southern District of New York Attorney General's offices, the SEC, CFTC, FINRA, etc., to investigate a little bit further into this quote-unquote upgrade by Robinhood. So hopefully they do something about that. And just maybe here, we'll take a moment to file a whistleblower report with the Securities Exchange Commission. And I think that's something we should probably do. What did the SEC just do? The SEC announced the adoption of amendments to Regulation SP to modernize and enhance rules that govern the treatment of customers' non-public information by certain financial institutions. Good. Good, because I am quite sick of the hedge funds getting our information, our trade information and personal information from the market makers via payment for order flow and dark pools. And that will continue until everyone stops using payment for order flow brokers. Of that I can assure you. That will continue until people stop using PFOF brokerages. Let's go ahead and peek out the stock screener as well. All right, we've got some customized stock screeners here that I've created as well. And we are not seeing very much movement in the markets. Today, the highest moving stock that I am seeing is only up 56%. AST Space Mobile Inc. Magnite Inc. up 29%. Canada Goose 16%. And even Alibaba is only up 7%, but it is having a nice pump, as is Walmart as well, up 6% today. AMD, I was kind of surprised but happy to see this because AMD, in my opinion, is extremely undervalued and compared to NVIDIA and such, as well as Intel. I'm not telling anybody personal advice or financial advice, of course, but here this stock is extremely undervalued in the long term. Right now they're having some issues, but in the long term, you know, in the 2+ year mark, I think AMD to be a much better overall investment than NVIDIA from a P/E ratio and many other indicators here. Let's see, even Novavax, that was running really hard a few days ago, right along with the meme stock basket, is only up 3%. You've got Target, of course, the woke retailer that's gotten crushed recently, is up 3.5%. FFIE is up 70%. Yeah, the market cap of FFIE is too small to be shown here. Let me go ahead and bring that in as well. Because once we bring in the OTC and the penny stocks, we'll see higher percentage changes. And I've got to go even lower on the market cap. It's not getting picked up on the screener right now, which is making me wonder what is up with the filters. Get rid of the analyst ratings. Doesn't even need to be there. There we go. We got the OTC stocks in now. At least it was for a second. Excuse me one second while I adjust this. There we go. Crown Electric is up 228% at 7 cents a share. Take a look. The volume. It's got 1 billion volume today compared to the average 20 million volume, with a 232% increase so far on it. Lucy Scientific, average volume over the last 3 months is 58,000. Today it's traded 59 million shares, up 184%. GWAV, average volume over 3 months is 29 million, currently up 1 billion shares traded today, up 123. Faraday Futures, FFIE, up 94% again today to $1.37. Average volume 88 million, today's volume 677 million. All right. Pineapple, Blue Star, Brush, Oral Care, Syngene, AST, BMTX, Scent, all up around 40% to 30% so far. And of course, most of these are, 10 cent, 11 cent, 13 cent stocks. Lucy's $1.40. FFIE's now $1.41. We were looking at it yesterday. It was at 97 cents into each as well. Go back over the watch lists. Let's see. China Evergrande, New Energy Vehicle Group, is up 7% today. That's hilarious. It looks like somebody needs liquidity to me, because China Evergrande is completely insolvent. If you guys know anything about Evergrande, you know that they're absolutely worthless. So for this stock to be up 7% screams liquidity is needed. Even the Evergrande Property Service Group is up 1.5%. Interesting developments there. Just get my screen set up as well. I don't believe it's China pumping the money into Evergrande, Cornelius. I believe it's the bondholders, the prime brokerages that hold the Evergrande notes. People think that Roaring Kitty not having posted means that he thinks it's over. Absolute nonsense. The guy's obviously still posting. That guy financed Lancelot. Talks like he knows everything, and he's consistently wrong. I don't know why he even opens his mouth about certain things. Yeah, Roaring Kitty's posting every 15 minutes, in case you guys were wondering.
Are you the kind that sees signs, sees miracles? Or do you believe that people just get lucky?
What's going on here?
Is it possible?
Why does it keep tweaking out the bottom when it's playing?
That there are no coincidences.
Hey, look at that. What were we just saying about coincidences, right?
Are you the kind that sees signs, sees miracles? Or do you believe that people just get lucky?
That's right.
Is it possible that there are no coincidences?
Is it possible that there are no coincidences? Posts Roaring Kitty. Mel Gibson. We're never going to forget unless we are a little crazy. Oh, I get it. I get it. The modern investor unleashes the animal within to take on, what does that say? To take on the big city. Okay. Come on, Jimmy, where you at? Okay, Jimmy is at $30.40. AMC at $4.93. Phineas, absolutely right, my friend. Sure will. Midnight say, hey, thanks for the super chat. You don't have to do that. I really appreciate you, though. Thanks for supporting the channel, because it does cost money to run channels, actually. I wanted to say thank you for providing all this information. I just found your channel, and in the past 1.5 days of watching, I've learned a lot. I'm really glad to hear that, my friend. I truly am, because that's the whole point. I'm investing a lot of time and energy into trying to educate and entertain, right? Because who doesn't like being entertained? Retail investors. And so I'm glad that you found some value in it, my friend. If you guys found any value or learned one thing new in this stream, please drop a like for the stream, not for me. This is the Goosebumps music here. This was a good post. I watched all these already today. Check the most recent post. Yeah, you should have just a brand new post right now, since he's posting every 15 minutes. And I truly think that there's a reason that he's counting down first 30-minute posts, then 15-minute posts.
Stop! There's two of them talking.
Interesting. Interesting.
Stop!
There's two of them talking. I wonder what he's trying to say here. Yeah, it's Morse code. It's like aliens, right? We've seen this movie. Hey, Mama Bear, Bliss, Darren, I see you guys. Nanook, Birdie Hunter, DeLong Jericho. Hey, everybody. I see you guys. I'm trying to read your comments as well. Signs. Signs everywhere. That's a perfect interpretation. He's saying there are signs. Fantastic. Let's go ahead and do some exploring. AMC and GameStop are talking the same language. That's right, Raj. They sure are. Paul Andrew, he's talking in 15-minute time frames. That's right. He went from 30 minutes to 15 minutes. And when Monday and Tuesday, when we were looking at the 30-minute time frames, everything was looking bullish. Now, when we're looking at 15-minute time frames, the trend lines, the bullish, not flag, but you can call it a bull flag. I call them a bullish pennant, is still there and is still evident. So it could possibly be an indication of that, or some sort of countdown to, it could be a variety of things. You know, the theory that tomorrow is the expiration for leaps could still be valid. They may have rolled them on Monday and Tuesday, as we discussed on our video yesterday with AMC Bigums here. Possibly used flex options to roll them, and they just bought enough shares in order to be able to roll them into these long-term flex options from the leaps. But him and I both agree that even if they were doing that, we don't believe that they've bought sufficient number of shares yet to hedge for that position. That's why we saw the outstanding securities loans on GameStop go up from 3.1 to 4.4 billion, and from AMC go up from 530 to like 640 million on the second one. Americans are bracing for mortgage rates as high as 10% per the New York Fed. That's absolutely right. Inflation has not fallen in a single month since 2021. This means that overall prices are up over 19.5% in less than 4 years. That's an average of 5.5% per year, effectively wiping out 1/5 of the US dollar's purchasing power. We have not had year-over-year inflation print below 3% in over 37 months consecutively. Inflation is now building on previous years of inflation. We effectively have compounding inflation. How is this a strong economy? And as we've been telling you guys for 3 years, before it even started, I was telling you guys there's about to be hyperinflation. I showed you the Reddit thread, the Reddit thesis that I posted multiple times yesterday as well in that regard. So we won't dwell on that today. This is fantastic. Check this out, guys. We traded the entire float over the course of 2 trading days, and it's fucking flat. Yeah. Just so you guys know, we actually, that's for GameStop, because AMC traded its entire float 3 times. 3 times over the last 4 days. And today's the 4th day, so over the last 3 days, technically. AMC has traded its float at an even higher volume than GameStop. Dave Lauer posted about particularly high off-exchange trading today. Volume is there. Price action is still not transparent. Telerik, that's absolutely right. Because payment for order flow and dark pools are consistently used and abused. So you know what? Yeah, you know, I could post the link up for you for Lit Exchange if you want it. That's no problem. Let me just open up a different web browser so I can type it in for you in the chat. Look at that. Huge red candle. And it's going to be on some incredibly high volume here. Look at Jimmy getting heavily shorted from 30.40 to 30.11. They honestly, they could easily just be spoofing the price. Which is what happens very often. I'll show you guys how often. Hey, CPR, ice cream for your daughter's boss. Enjoy that time. Thank you, my friend. Appreciate your support. You bet your ass I'll take them out for ice cream on that. And I'll tell them it's my friend, my ape friend CPR. And they're going to be pumped. No halts today yet. No. No halts today yet. And we'll take a look at the volume here in just a moment. There you go. I went ahead and put that link to Lit Exchange down in the channel there. And as a matter of fact, of course, it didn't actually come out as a link, so I will have to redo that. But won't take long. There we go. Just got to put the stupid HTTP prior to it. Brandon, yes, my friend, we have discussed leaps extremely heavily, more heavily than anybody else, and so therefore I will not continue to discuss the leaps at this time. But if you rewind, and or even if you watch the video we did yesterday in the afternoon, we went full deep dive into the leaps theory, into leaps, and what they possibly could be doing to roll those options. The S&P, the SPY is almost completely flat on the day, up only 0.16% so far. It was as low as 529.57 earlier today. Currently it was pumped upward to 531, and now it is giving up any gains that it made. Looks like the algo is on exact reverse. If you take it and flip it over, it's almost the exact same thing in the inverse that's happening with it. And looking like the algo wants to go right back towards the 530 mark. But with the SPY here bouncing off repeatedly of like the, you know, all-time highs and stuff, trying to make these new all-time highs, it shows you right now that the fundamentals in the stock market are being ignored in exchange for simply having manipulation of markets, higher collateral. These prime brokerages, banks, hedge funds, etc., they do 80% of all the trades on the market every day. They require trillions of dollars worth of collateral. That's why they're pumping big Magnificent Seven stocks. That's why Citadel's major holdings are things like Nvidia and Facebook and such. Same goes for all the other players. So when things start to get out of hand, they pump their cryptocurrency, they pump stocks like HKD, and they move money overseas or to their other subsidiaries with their own funds. That causes other uneducated people to FOMO buy into them. And they try to maintain their short positions. Of course, they need to maintain their margin, right? Like anybody else, at a much higher level. Naturally, they've got high-frequency trading algorithms that they can program and change around using their quants in order to meet their specific goals or needs. And then also they can load up dark pool trades. They can load up buy orders in dark pools to prevent the price on stocks from AMC and GameStop to go up. They can load up during a halt, for example. They complete a halt. They can load up lit markets with sell orders. They can even spoof the trade. They can load up and program fake orders on the national best bid and offer and then cancel them before they execute, and that drags the price of the stock down. Goldman Sachs is notorious for that. What do we expect Monday if hypothetically tomorrow is a dud? SGD every day right now could be something insane that people will not see coming. They will not see it coming. So what's happening right now, in my opinion, is the market makers are bringing down AMC and GameStop as far as possible in order to have to hedge for fewer call contract strike prices that are in the money. If they would have had to hedge, because Friday is obviously tomorrow, right? And at the end of the week, they have to be hedged by the end of the week. Otherwise, when they're buying shares over the weekend, over the pre-market and after-hour session, they could blow their own legs off. You know what I mean? Excuse me 1 second. Yeah, and I kind of have to agree here with AMC Bigums in saying that the frequency in Roaring Kitty's posts is counting down towards the leap's expiration being tomorrow. I still believe that. Hey, Wolfie, well, thanks for joining us on the channel. Welcome, Wolfie Bliss. Thanks for joining us on the channel, my friends. See, look at this Roaring Kitty post here. We got 2 of them to check out right now. Ah, it's more signs. That's awesome. It's a video of the movie Signs. And you can see the crop circle. He's showing you that the signs are there. You just have to pay attention. What do those dogs say? I saw some text on the screen. Yeah. Power to the players, baby. I love it. Power to the players. That's a lot of power buttons. Yeah. What do you mean? They're signs, guys. Those are the signs that we're seeing right there, right? We can see the crop circles. We understand what the signs are. At least I think most educated people do. What's up, my friends? Everybody in the Discord, cheers. Mac, Private Joker, Vigador, make sure you guys are also muted, please. Ace of Base, the sign. Savage. That's awesome. Gil could simply be Roaring Kitty Gil, his real name, to again stress it's not someone else doing these posts. Yeah, exactly. The Roaring Kitty has spoken. huge sell order applied through after close yesterday on AMC, a 4.3 million share sell order after the bell. Sell print $5.48 million. Yep. Again, everything's getting loaded up. Private Joker, I gave you a server mute. Please mute yourself, my friend, so that for your own privacy. I see G and the logo. Yep, power to the players, baby. The G is from the movie Signs. Gill is Roaring Kitty's last name. R.K. Gill. Roaring Kitty Gill, obviously. He's telling you, Roaring Kitty is telling us that it's his Twitter account. It's not somebody else. Get that over here so you guys can see. Yeah, FFIE is suspended. That's cool. Let's take a look at it for you guys. Yeah, I'm sure it is. Look at it go. 143% gains on it. $1.72 a share. Let's take a look at it. This puppy was at 75 cents to start the day. There's a significant amount of open interest on the $3 calls for FFIE. 12,000 open interest for $3 calls for next month. 7,700 for the $2 calls. 13,000 volume. 27,000 volume. That's pretty significant, I gotta say. Still owned by hedgies for the most part, but there's a lot of open interest on these contracts for sure. Which is nice to see, as a matter of fact. And the $4 strike is getting closer and closer to the money. You know what, you guys, I'll play with you. It's going to tank right now in the price a little bit, but before it does and then runs back up, I'll get in on a little FFIE action. Why not? I'm a fucking degen like a lot of you guys. But it is halt suspended right now, as you guys saw. But yeah, I'll play along. Remember, everything on the market's a fucking gamble anyway. And my order, oh, okay, no. That's my order being placed, not being filled, because it's still suspended. Yes, Bread for Head says, don't they pump other stocks during meme stock runs because they're desperate for liquidity? Exactly, my friend. You got it. They absolutely do that shit. They do it with cryptocurrencies as well. And then they put stocks against each other using swaps also. So that's very true. And then they short the ETF, the exchange traded funds. And they use the non-existent shares that are withheld or supposed to be withheld within tokenized securities. Hence why the digitization of assets is actually very bad for retail investors. But most people don't know that yet. So any chance of a pop on AMC tomorrow, Christian? Absolutely, my friend. I have several hundred contracts on the stocks that expire tomorrow in anticipation that GameStop and AMC will run up tomorrow. Is that going to happen? There's no guarantees. Is it possible? It is absolutely possible, especially if the theory is correct that the 39-month equity leaps expire tomorrow. Now, a lot of people are wondering, well, I didn't see any 39-month leaps available on AMC and GameStop in 2021. That's true, but that doesn't mean that market makers cannot make, or even banks cannot make different derivatives available to their participants at any moment. For example, if you guys ever saw the movie The Big Short, you saw that Michael Burry's counterparts, who were also figuring out everything that was going on in The Big Short with the mortgage-backed securities, would literally go to the banks and explain to them their thesis that these mortgage-backed securities are all in very dangerous, risky tranches. When one of them collapses, they're all going to collapse. Very similar to what we're seeing with AMC and GameStop and the underlying assets of other, of the Magnificent Seven and such, being used to hedge against the position here on the stocks, AMC and GME. They would go to the bank and tell them what product they wanted, and the bank would make the derivatives product in the form of credit default swaps. They created credit default swaps against mortgage-backed securities, specifically for Michael Burry and the other guys in The Big Short, and they allowed them to buy them. And they don't. You can't just go to the bank if you're not an ISDA participant. You can't just go to the bank and buy them. You have to have billions of dollars, at least $1.5 billion, in order to become an ISDA player. And then you have access to these derivatives that regular folks like you and I don't, in the form of swaps, leaps, flex options, and so on. And look at FFIE, just keeps on going. $1.80 right there. $1.81. AMC and GameStop still sitting tight at $29.93 and $4.83 respectively. Very similar to what they were at earlier. And Lisa Clark, that you might be right. Expiration tomorrow, if true, probably won't run till Wednesday. I would say probably Tuesday, because we have something called T+2 settlements. And a lot of shares and orders that are exercised today may not be settled for another 2 business days. And that's why moving over to T+1 settlements on May 26th is so important. That's 10 days from now. And then the CAT system, the Consolidated Audit Trail, is being implemented on May 28th. Look at FFIE go. And that little ding you guys heard a minute ago was when the stock started trading again. My contract on FFIE actually did fill. So we're going to degenerate trade together here in this dumpster fire behind Wendy's that we call the New York Stock Exchange. Let's see, SGD, how come the first news, let me just move my face over so I can see better on the chart. How come the first news that went out to mainstream media was stocks fizzling out? My friend, the mainstream media is owned by BlackRock. It's owned by Citadel. They own the Wall Street Journal. They own Bloomberg and all these other cats. They do not want you out there buying the stocks that they're shorting. The first thing, you may be new here, it seems like it, and I hope I don't sound like I'm disparaging in any way. But a lot of people still don't realize that big money owns these mainstream media, and they want you to get scared and sell your shares and sell your contracts so that they have less contracts to hedge against on Friday, because they have to hedge against all of these in the money and deep in the money call contracts now, because retailers could sell them for premium and then exercise a large portion of calls as well. Look at Ocugen Inc. is also moving along. Not much, but it's also chugging along. GME back to $30, baby. AMC still hanging out at 482. And I think this is part of par for the course with what we're going to see for the rest of the day. No, I'm sorry, my friend. I have to correct you on that. The Consolidated Audit Trail goes into effect May 28th, and the T+1 settlement is May 26th, just so you know. I've been posting about this and watching these for 2 years specifically. Well, let's take a look. Let's take a look at my specialized, customized lists here to see what's going on. The Senate just voted to overturn an SEC rule preventing highly regulated financial firms from holding Bitcoin. Wow. This is good for cryptocurrencies, that's for sure. I may or may not have a bowl here, Raj. FFIE was halted again. It sure looks like it is completely stopped at $1.93. That might mean that FFIE is getting ready to go for another move upwards. What difference will the cap make for these two stocks? Well, let's put it this way. The consolidated audit trail. Let me show you. Let me pull it up. Pull it up on my screen. And I'll do this quickly so we don't miss anything on the markets. There we go. Got the chart back up. So, Congress, the Congressional House Financial Services Committee was trying to disapprove of the new CAT system to help enrich their rich friends on Wall Street. That's why we spoke out. Thousands of people messaged them specifically. Look at AMC and GameStop getting crushed right now. Absolutely crushed. $4.79 on AMC, $29.80 on GameStop. And they took the CAT system as well as the crypto that we were just talking about to Congress, basically. And you had crooks like Senator John Kennedy lying about the consolidated audit trail, saying that our data is at risk and that it's going to hurt innocent Americans. When in reality, the hedge funds are absolutely terrified, as well as the market makers, that they're suing the SEC to try to stop the CATs. Implementation of the CAT system creates a trail of breadcrumbs for every single share, trade, and order on the market. That means that they will all have fingerprints. So this will make it more difficult to hide criminal activity like naked short selling, abuses of the market maker short selling exemption, Rule 203p, that allows them to short a stock when SSR is triggered. This will let them see who creates synthetic shares, who naked short stock, who rehypothecates shares. And even political cronies that are bought and paid for, like Senator John Kennedy here, are being pressed to fight the new system. And again, I told you guys we stand for the CAT system at Lit Exchange, and we hope to see it operating fully. And we did send thousands and thousands of emails with the help of all of you, to $2 on FFIE. We sent thousands of emails to the Securities Exchange Commission and to Congress to get them to push through the CAT system, and it worked. It worked. We did absolutely very well. We had hundreds of thousands of people viewing and commenting and sharing and emailing as well, and that was absolutely phenomenal. But as you can see, there was a hearing. Maybe I shouldn't play this video right now. It's my video, but
with the help of a hedge fund conglomerate called the Mercatus Center, they are purposely trying to use Congress in order to disapprove of the new CAT system, which will create short reporting reform, which retail investors desperately need. As you can see here, Hester Pierce was a senior research fellow from 2012 to 2018 for the Mercatus Center and left there to work at the US SEC. She receives a significant amount of her actual income every year from the Mercatus Center to this day, allegedly, and has consistently voted against short reform. This is a big problem. They are going to vote on the 7th of May, on Tuesday, May 7th, to disapprove of the CAT system, the Consolidated Audit Trail, which leaves a trail throughout various share orders to identify naked shorts and synthetic shorts that would only benefit retail investors. But they are bringing in people like Andrew Vollmer, a senior affiliate at the Mercatus Center and a former SEC Deputy General Counsel, Investor Choice Advocates Network, who the only investors they advocate for are hedge funds, and a professor of law as well, to try to convince Congress to disapprove. As you can see here, they're trying to codify the process to obtain waivers from certain disqualifications under federal law, securities laws, and provide congressional disapproval of the rules submitted by the SEC related to the reporting of securities loans. Congress is bought and paid for. They do not want short positions and short activity being reported to the SEC using the consolidated audit trail, because this will negatively affect market makers and hedge funds that are not following the laws, the securities laws in this country. This is a major, major problem. As you can see here, they are trying to disapprove of reporting requirements for all filers and large hedge funds advisors. They're trying to disapprove of the consolidated audit trail so that there is no breadcrumb trail showing the SEC who is committing these naked shorts. This is a big, big problem.
So, okay, so as I explained in the video prior to May 7th, it was a huge issue. Hester Pierce has consistently voted against market transparency. She had voted against short reform. She has voted against Gary Gensler and everything that he's tried to do in order to change the way that short positions are reported. And hang on, somebody's watching my video in the background, and it is Straight Razor. You need to mute yourself. And it is definitely a problem. It shows you that Hester Pierce is not out to look out for retail investors, as she received 98% of her salary directly from the think tank for these hedge funds called the Mercatus Center. They are an academic facade to a radical anti-regulatory agenda. As you guys know, President Barack Obama nominated Hester Pierce to fill a Republican seat on the SEC back when he was still president. But of course, new disclosures showed that she received 98% of her salary directly from the Mercatus Center. So that is who we are fighting against. And thankfully, they are so entwined in thinking about the cryptocurrency vote that they overturned cryptocurrency. The market makers allow. Hang on, let me rephrase that. The SEC disallowed large institutions from holding crypto, especially Bitcoin, and the Congress just overturned that. So that's probably going to be bullish for Bitcoin and such as well. You know, if you guys can hear that thunder in the background, but we are about to get some nice rainstorms, some thunderstorms here in Rockwall, Texas, which, as you guys know, I moved to here in August of 2023 in order to help launch Lit Exchange. Yep, FFIE still halted. GameStop, FFIE suspended. GameStop's hanging out at $29.69. AMC at $4.79 right now. Both of them keep bouncing off that support level, though. They keep bouncing back right around 474, bouncing back right around 29.28, and the charts look exactly the same. AMC and GameStop charts, one after the next, look the same. There goes Faraday Futures, now up to $2.34 a share. And like I told you guys, I'm going to degenerate right along with you, and I did buy into some call contracts on FIE. Suspended means that it cannot be traded. It's basically like a halt, except longer. Is APMEX trustworthy to acquire silver? Susan asks. Susan, I have found that historically APMEX is extremely expensive. Are they reputable? Yes. Is there other reputable companies where you can get the same products for less premium? Absolutely. So I have never purchased from APMEX because every single time I've tried, I've come to the conclusion that their prices are way overinflated. And they can do that because they have, and future Faraday's is FFIE's halted once more at $2.35 a share. So if the market makers are using FFIE in order to make some money, then I am going to ride the wave up along with them. My P&L on those is now up 66.8% from about 20 minutes ago when I bought those call contracts on FFIE. I bought the $4 strike for June 21st, 2024 at an average price of 47 cents per contract, and they are currently worth 78 cents per contract. Michael Pacheco asks, why did they choose FFIE to pump? Like, how do they choose companies to pump? My friend, if it's owned by market makers and hedge funds, majority, and not by retail, they will pump it in order to gain liquidity for themselves. They will allow other retail investors to FOMO buy into it, and then they will dump and leave bag holders. So in my opinion, it's important to get in and out of pump and dump situations when we're talking OTC stocks, penny stocks that are not held by retail, but are actually being owned, pumped, and abused by market makers and such. FFIE there back to $2.12 and halted again, as you can see. So a large sell print order there put in place. But yeah, we're look at these volumes: 7 million, 4 million, 6 million, 9 million, 9 million, 5 million, 11 million to the buy side, all the way up to $2.35. And then they dumped it really hard with only 12,000 volume to $2.12 from $2.35. We are looking at market manipulation across the board, ladies and gentlemen. And this is nothing new, by the way. This is something that has been going on for decades. It's just that retail investors are finally starting to learn about it. And that makes me happy. Lazier says, hold your GME. Do as you please, my friend, but I'm not fucking selling. There's a reason I'm wearing this hat. There's a reason I've been invested in these companies for 3 years. Because they're worth it. And if it takes 10 years, then I'll hold 10 years. But I'd much rather get 1,800% gains at AMC and GameStop every time they run than 12% on the SPY or 8% on the S&P. The Southern District of New York has arrested two brothers for attacking the Ethereum blockchain and stealing $25 million in crypto. Holy shit. Stock loan info on FFIE. Total shares on loan 40 million, down from 56 million yesterday. 24 million shares were returned overnight on a float of only 42 million. The utilization in FFIE is at 100%. The value of outstanding security loans is 76% of their entire market cap. Even crazier on FFIE is the volume being traded. This is a stock with 42 million outstanding shares, and in the last 2 days it's traded 2.87 billion shares. What is going on here? I've never seen anything like that. Also, the last reported short interest 2 weeks ago from FINRA on FFIE was 36 million shares on a 42 million share float. That is incredible amounts of naked shorting. And that's the fact that that's what they've reported. Who knows how much is unreported still. SGD says exactly. FFIE gains are realized, and once FFIE gains are realized, it will flow back into AMC and GameStop. That's exactly where I plan to put my gains. Duplessis says, bro, you're a shill acting like a satisfied customer. What the fuck are you talking about? Seven Sinaloa cartel members and associates sentenced to prison for tracking fentanyl, methamphetamine, and cocaine by the U.S. Department of Justice. Wow, that's terrible. Glad they're locked up. That's insane. That's enough fentanyl to kill half the country. Fuck. AMC, GameStop back up to $30. AMC sticking around at the same price, $4.77 as well. The stock's looking very, very similar. Even still. Same thing across them, the both. And all eyes on FFIE right now, in my opinion. Eventually the dump will come. When? I'm not sure. But who knows how high it can go. It's squeezing, though. That's for sure. Cry Rolando, what's the upper limit for Faraday? My friend, that's not something that anybody can guess, can take an educated guess, you know? Let's take a look at the housing market. Foot traffic and pending sales have dropped precipitously over the last few years. Pending sales are now at post-pandemic lows for this time of year, down 25% from 3 years ago. The housing market is frozen solid. Absolutely right. Pending sales are tanking. They're down 4.3% year over year, and it will. And this is the hottest season for buying market for buying in real estate. As you guys may know, I'm a former real estate broker. I currently own a freight brokerage firm, and I am working on creating a new stock brokerage firm as well. Jack Ross has just picked up more shares of AMC, I believe, and my average price is finally under $5. Congratulations, my friend. That's big news. Let's check out what Roaring Kitty's doing right now. Look, Antonio Costa showed that bullish pennant, that the consolidation on the bullish pennant that we were talking about as well yesterday. The bullish pennant and the trend lines show that it still shows, in my opinion, that GME should be back up close to $60 a share, and AMC should be back up above $10 a share. It hasn't happened yet, but that's what the TA indicates. Is that what's going to happen? We're going to have to wait and see, because again, the TA is not always 100% on point, but that's exactly what it's pointing to. Wow. Breaking news. 10 to 27% of non-citizen adults in the U.S. are now illegally registered to vote, according to a new study by Just Facts. Interesting. Not good for America in general. The median home sale price per square foot is now an eye-watering $211 per square foot. It was $144 a square foot just 4 years ago. That's a 46% increase in real estate. Hope you got a raise, a really, really big raise. What does that show? That the printing of money by the Federal Reserve in 2020 led way too many people into buying houses and artificially inflated the stock market, the real estate market, the auto market, and everything else in between. Lucy is also halted. I am not surprised, ladies and gentlemen. Lucy's halted with a 200% gain as well. Faraday Futures halted at a 200% gain. It's completely suspended right now. Yeah, it looks like the whole market is turning around, starting to trend downwards. Amazon, just barely though, but it's starting to turn red. Semiconductors, banks, trucking companies, all the banks. Cryptos are starting to turn downwards. Bitcoin Cash as well. Costs, AMC Gamestop, of course, being crushed right now. Not entirely surprised though. Look at that, FFIE crushed down to $1.75 a share, down from 200% gains to to 148% gains. Now still on the day to $1.75 a share. And of course, that happened on 6.8 million volume. It took all of this volume to get up there. 5 million, 10 million, 5 million, 12, 11 million. To get up to that price, and they crush it down with a massive dark pool print loaded up during the suspension. And that is about what I expected to see out of the stock. That doesn't mean it's over. It's got a lot of potential to keep on going, but I think that they may be dumping it now. Nobody knows for sure. Or they may just be trying to get some of the short interest under control there. But yeah, halted again, in case you guys were unaware. They halted FFIE one more time. But it's suspended again currently at $1.75 a share. Back to my watch list. The SPY is up 0.14% right now. And kind of just trending sideways at the moment. The VIX is starting to creep upward naturally. Sprott, PSLV, hanging out strong at $10. SLV at $27. SLV is hugely manipulated. Hugely manipulated. They use the paper contracts on SLV in order to short the price of silver. And that's been happening for decades. GME up to 3060 right now, real quick. AMC fairly similar as well. FFIE still suspended. Yeah, and in my opinion, they're loading up another order to bring FFIE further down. AMC and GME turning upward, says Keith. It sure looks like that might be the case. Let's see how much they let it move. Christina, not sure I understand your question. I don't know if you meant puts or plus. Please elaborate there. Amy now pushing higher, or Jimmy pushing higher with 300K buy order volume. John, I use a variety of different trading apps, from TradingView to Webull and multiple brokerages. We got brokerage accounts with Webull, Schwab, Fidelity, and others. Look at GME go. Look at GME go. Let's see how far they allow it to go before they crush it down. GameStop broke $31.25 in a heartbeat. Faraday's back to trading again. And they are crushing it at the moment. But look at that pattern, though, on Faraday. Green, red correction, green, red correction, green, red correction. And that might be exactly what we're seeing here. And it did the same thing over and over again. Look at this green. Huge jump on Faraday from 86 cents to $1.16. They shorted back down to 86 cents. And before you know it, it's back up to $1.27. You know, the short interest on Faraday is actually extremely high. And because of that, I'm going to hold on to my call contracts, for better or for worse. And I've got plenty of theta on them, so I'm not worried about FFIE at all. With the way that this stock is moving, I think it will bounce here somewhere in the $1.50, maybe $1.40 range, and then it'll trend back upwards and go higher than $2.35. That's maybe not today, but over today and tomorrow, that's what I expect to happen on FFIE. Let's see, AMC and GameStop. GameStop still at 31 bucks, 31 and 30 cents. GameStop at 490. Both of them, again, right? You're going to tell me these stocks don't look the same? Smaller digits on AMC because it's in the single digits. GameStop is in the double digits, right? So it's higher variabilities. But when they're going up, they do it together. When they're going down, they do it together. FFIE right back to $1.85 from getting crushed down to $1.61, and potential for it to just go right back up to $2.35 and keep going. And that's exactly what happened. It went from $1.61 to $1.85, and it's halted again. I'm smelling shorts getting squeezed on FFIE. So I should have listened to you guys yesterday when you were telling me to buy it at 97 cents. But again, I have to do my own research on it. I can't just go off what other people are saying. So I did take what you said into consideration. I did research it overnight. I looked at more information just a few minutes ago, as we discussed here, of other stuff that Dave Lauer was posting as well. And the short interest on FFIE is tremendous. And even if it's majority owned by hedge funds, made a very small investment into it, a very small gamble into it, and I don't mind if there's some volatility there. I wouldn't mind taking some profits and rolling that into my real investments in AMC and GameStop. Let's see. And yeah, we're gonna find out. We're gonna find out tomorrow if the leaps either were rolled Monday and Tuesday, or if they still have more to roll on Friday, because they expire at 3 p.m. Central Standard Time on Friday. If they did take out these 39-month leaps. All right, there. Had to ask my daughter to stop screaming. She's playing Minecraft. She's having a great time. I think I'm going to make her a YouTube channel so that she can stream Minecraft to other kids. She's 5 years old, and she is a freaking master builder at this point, which I want to support as much as possible. My friend, I can hear you, just so you know. Eagle Eye. I'm going to give you a server mute for your own privacy protection. We are hanging out strong here in the think tank on YouTube, Twitter, Kick, Facebook, Twitch, and multiple other platforms. China has just dumped the largest amount of U.S. treasuries ever. Hence, why the Federal Reserve chose to slow down its quantitative tapering and is still printing money, thus leading us to further inflation. People just don't know it yet. People just don't realize it yet. Look at Jimmy go, 31.35 on GameStop, 4.91 on AMC. YOLO Dojo says, I rode FFIE from 7 cents to 25 cents the other day just on a whim. My first screen trade of the year. Cheers, my friend. No worries, my guy. That's why I gave you the server mute. You come back in and mute yourself. I will unmute you, and you can say anything you want. I just didn't want you accidentally saying any private information out loud. GameStop hit 31.36. That is always great to see. Yeah, Biosides brings up a great point. He says it's kind of funny. They think they're playing psychological games with retail and wearing us down, when in reality we're all just bored after being here for 2 to 3 years and are enjoying every fucking second of it. You got that right, my guy. Hey, what do you think about MVIS? Does it have enough short interest to get squeezed? I need to do more research on MVIS. Do you think AMC has the potential to get where it peaked to in 2021, or are you anticipating less? Andrew, I am anticipating AMC and GameStop to both go to new all-time highs eventually. When they actually do reach their proper fundamental level, I feel that so many shorts will be squeezed that the stocks will go to ridiculously new all-time highs. Yes. Both of them, including AMC accounting for the reverse split. Go settling in. FFIE back up to $1.94. They did 10 million sell in volume here on these downward pressure, 3 candles in a row, and it is moving up on 600,000 volume and 3.6 million volume. FFIE is going to keep going higher. Plain and simple. All right, not financial advice, right? That's just my thoughts. When I look at the volume, that's what it's telling me. FFIE's got room to run. A lot of room to run. Well, don't call me Boss Blunts for nothing. I think it's time to pack another bowl, I guess. And of course, it's tobacco, you know? Big Red Bulldog says, does anyone know the real intrinsic value of GameStop and AMC? Honestly, my friend, if you take into account the fact that GameStop has no debt and $1.2 billion in cash on hand, and their revenue and earnings and everything else, and just fundamentally speaking, I truly think that GameStop's worth, easily triple what it's at now. Easily. And AMC, when you take into account that they just got done, that over the last year and a half, they've paid off over $1 billion in debt. They have less debt now than they did prior to the pandemic. They have $750 million in cash on hand. They're saving tens of millions of dollars in interest payments by paying off their debt early. And they increased their revenues and had 12 earnings beats in a row, 12 quarters of straight earnings beats for AMC. I would easily put AMC at a, $50 a share stock, fundamentally speaking. But that's not accounting for the reverse split. So accounting for the reverse split, do the math. Hobby the Great, Wolfie. It's good to see you guys. Long-term veterans here in the think tank. Let's see. New York BLM leader Hawk Newsom arrested after threatening to assault an NYPD officer at Bronx criminal court. Hey, happy birthday to Zombinox. Turned 50. Thriller Gorilla brings up a great point, right? So Roaring Kitty is manipulating markets by posting memes, but Jim Cramer can blatantly tell people to buy or sell and be wrong more often than right. And that's supposed to be legal? Yeah, make it make sense. Doesn't make sense to me. Uh-oh. This is good news. Looks like Devin Nunes, former congressman and current CEO of Truth Social, is now encouraging FINRA to issue electronic blue sheets requests pertaining to, but not limited to, Citadel, Virtue, G1, Jane Street, Apex, Clear Street, Cobra, Cohen, Curvature, StoneX, TradePro, and Velocity. These are all market maker and clearinghouse firms. That is awesome. I love to see it. Good post, Johnny Tobacco. Yeah, you want to link to the oh, all right, look at Jimmy, 3144, 3156, and he is pressing higher. He's pressing on higher. AMC hanging out again at 491. Yeah, I'll give you a link to the Discord. Again, there's no charge for it. We don't obligate you or charge you for anything in the Discord. GME has not halted. It is just, there's very low volume on GME right now. It does look like they're withholding the buy orders right now, because we just had some huge volume on GameStop, 300,000, 250,000 volume for many minutes in a row. And right now they're only pushing through 80,000, 70,000. Here's a 250,000, and we had a big move up. And now 62,000 on the last minute. Oh, no, never mind. It just changed to 150K. So, yeah, it does look as the volume is coming in, the price keeps going higher. Let me get you that link to the think tank. That is our Discord group in which we do diligence on AMC, GameStop, silver, gold, and the markets in general. Let me get this out of the way. My bad. I'll pop that in the chat for you guys right now. All right, here's a link to the Discord. There are rules. Make sure you go to the read this first section, read the rules, and click the matrix icon at the bottom once you agree. GameStop pushing 3168 again. Great to see. AMC is completely stopped in its tracks right now. It is still moving, trending upwards, but it is looking like they do not want it to go up right now. SPY 530 and dropping. That's not a surprise, my guy. Yep, the SPY is now completely flat on the day and is likely to end up negative. Look at that. Look at that candle on the S&P. Well, the spider, I should say. The spider ETF, the SPY. Indicative of the S&P 500, of course. Look at that. And you know what? I have puts for today, but they may be a little too far out of the money to be worth some significant amount. But if this keeps up, you never know what might happen. You can see the KRE, the S&P Regional Banking ETF. I'm sorry, the real estate ETF. Looking worse and worse here as well. PSLV hanging out strong, flat on the day at $10 a share. DJT down 1.3, Tupperware down 8.6. So you notice all of the meme stocks that are in the meme basket that we showed you guys over last Monday and Tuesday that were flying high, costs, Tupperware, AMC, GameStop, etc., are now moving downwards. And it looks like they've shifted their attention to covering positions on FFIE right now. But AMC and GameStop, let me go back to GME. GME 3128. Herman says index futures just got dick slapped for some reason. Probably liquidity grab so they can run higher. Algorithms. Yep. It's all programmed. You know, the quants do their thing for a reason. GME getting pushed downwards right now. AMC flat at 490 right now. They've turned their attention to GameStop, pushing it up and then bringing it back down. FFIE at $1.77. And look, very similar to what we saw in the past. Look at this big move up, crushed. Big move up, crushed. Big move up, crushed. But every time, look, it ends up going higher and higher on this stock. And that's not entirely surprising. And this stock was at $1 a share on the 16th. I'm sorry, hang on. Yep. $1 a share, 75 cents a share earlier today. But let's zoom out on this stock a little bit and get a better indication of what's going on. Yesterday it was at 38 cents a share. The 14th it was at 12 cents a share. The 13th it was at 6 cents a share, 4 cents. And on the 9th, yeah, the 9th it was at 4 cents. So this is definitely a big squeeze. And it looks like a repeating pattern on FFIE as well. Zoom out far enough to see that. Looks like it's repeating the same pattern over and over again. And with any indication, if it's anything like yesterday, might end the day around $1.50 a share and then make another run tomorrow. CRKN, you guys calling for CRKN? We can take a peek at it, why not? Crown Electric, 29 cents a share, up 535% today. It was at 6 cents earlier. Yeah, Blady says the 4-cent FFIE holders are the real gangsters. Yeah, they're real gangsters. If they bought in at 4 cents and they're up at $2.30, whatever, they're going to be ecstatic. FFIE shows all-time high at 4.4K 3 years ago, says Long Jericho. Correct, but I think you need to account for any reverse splits that occurred there as well. Ray in opposite direction. Forgot to let go of the button. So it does have some support at do another ray in the other direction. There's some support on FFIE around $1.40 a share. So it may trend down towards that direction here. I want to dip parallel instead of extended. Part of me thinks that this needs to be at this level to coincide with the others. Yeah, so actually about $1.45 a share, I think, in here towards 2 p.m. Central Time is likely for FFIE, and then a potentially another move upwards. Because we saw the same thing yesterday. Let's take a look at it. Take a look at what happened yesterday. We'll put this on the chart as well. Start it here. No, that's not a good placement. Yeah, that's better. Don't like that one. That's yesterday's chart for FFIE. And look at the way this kind of trends with this triangle. And when the rays extend into the after hours, it trends within that same same zone. And then this morning broke out and does the same pattern. Did the pattern yesterday, is doing it again today. This line is not part of this pattern because it intersects from yesterday's, but even still, it creates a miniature fractal, even still, in there, a pattern within the pattern. So here at $1.74, there's potential around 1:05 p.m. for it to also start to move upwards. So that's what I'm counting on happening today. Even if it ends the day around $1 a share, I have a feeling tomorrow is going to move right back up towards a new higher high for this stock. I am going to delete some of these though. Actually, yeah, I'm going to delete a few of them just because they're kind of distracting. I'm just going to make a mental note of them anyway. Let's go back over here to Jimmy, 31.48. AMC at 493. Jimmy's kind of pushing up a little bit. So is Amy. And on the 5-minute time frame, they look extremely similar. 10-minute time frame, even more so. The difference between the two on the 5-minute and the 10-minute is even less noticeable than on the zoomed in chart. But actually in the 15-minute time frame, it's practically the same. And look at AMC's making a run back up to $5. Kenneth says, boss, you're not the only one YOLOing. I have 145 AMC calls tomorrow at 2 cents. I'm assuming those are AMC 1 or AMC 2 contracts from the sounds of it. Crown Electric still at 500% gains on the day. Faraday Futures trading again at $1.78. CRJS says Fidelity wouldn't allow me to purchase any options on any dates for FFIE. Wow. Wow. AMC hit $5. Switching back here just to take a peek. Yeah, FFIE's on the downtrend. AMC and GameStop are now on the uptrend. Let's see if they get crushed. But yeah, they just pushed through 1 million volume on AMC. And the overall volume for today on AMC is 100 million. $100 million shares, which is lower than we had the last few days, but still extremely significant, considering AMC's average volume up until last week was about 10 million per day. So we are already at 10x the average daily volume over the last several months for AMC. Checking out some of my other accounts with other brokerages right now on my phone, and pretty happy with what I'm seeing. Yeah, Jesse, FFIE looks the same as 3 or 4 days ago. It's doing the same exact thing. And Power Trip is saying Schwab is not allowing me to buy any options on FFIE. I'm also not surprised. I think they have a feeling they know it's getting extremely dangerous for them, and it's getting ready to make another run. Yeah, when these brokerage, and it's halted at $1.90 a share, halted to the upside in literally a one minute. It was, you know, $1.72. Now it's $1.90, and they have halted it. Crown Electric up 500%. Scott Grayson asks, how can there be so much volume and no movement? That's market manipulation, my friend. That's proof as to everything that's going on here. And the fact that shorts and hedge funds and market makers, not all of them, but some of them, are colluding to prevent the stocks from going higher, because they already lost $5 billion on AMC and GameStop alone just from Monday and Tuesday. Dario, FFIE does have an options chain. I confirmed it earlier. I bought some of those options myself, and they have moved as follows. I will look at my assets and tell you how much those have moved so far. All right. FFIE, my position is up 33% on the $4 strike for June 21st. Bought in an average price of 47 cents a contract. They're currently at 65 cents a contract for FFIE. It has been suspended at $1.90 a share. Not a single halt on Crown Electric. Correct. And when a stock is up 520%, it's OTC and you cannot buy contracts on it. What does that lead you to believe? Somebody is pumping it higher with very good purpose. But there are no options on FFIE. There's no options button. There's only a trade button just for shares. With these OTC stocks like Crown Electric, it's being pumped specifically as collateral, in my personal opinion. Yeah, Marcelo says people don't get FFIE actually has a car manufacturing line. 81 million market cap is so low. That's a great point. That's the same thing about AMC stock and even GameStop. AMC is even much more than GameStop because it's even more greatly undervalued. They make more in revenue in 1 quarter than the entire AMC market cap. Period. That's ridiculous. Yes, Zambada, they don't halt them for a reason. Correct. Limit up, limit down committee consists of Goldman, BlackRock, Citadel, etc. And they don't halt CRKN at 550% gains on the day because they don't want it to be halted. They want it to continue moving upward. They want to be able to continue to pump liquidity into it. At 31 cents a share, 579 cents, 580% gains and rising on this OTC penny stock. I think now is a good time to take a look at the Roaring Kitty tweets and whatnot. Do me a favor, we've got 1,500 viewers in here right now, give or take, just on YouTube alone, and only 479 likes. Drop a like for the stream, please, so that other retail investors can learn about it when YouTube shares it via their algo. Faraday's trading again, back $1.94. Let's see what they try to do with it next. Same on Twitter. A lot of viewers. Do me a favor and drop a like, retweet it if you don't mind. If you've learned something new on today's live stream. Oh, Teamy, thanks for correcting. It's not OTC. Correct. Crown Electric is on the NASDAQ. It says right there. My apologies. I did not mean to misrepresent the stock. Usually penny stocks and OTC go hand in hand, but not in this case because their market cap is large enough to be on the NASDAQ. Correct. So my apologies for that. You know, I will always, I'm not often wrong, but if I am, I will always correct myself. Do not want to give out any false information whatsoever. AMC is fighting, that's right. Sammy Walbeck says, I'm on at Fidelity and I could buy. Yeah, that's cool, man. I'm glad to hear it. You didn't have a problem buying options contracts on Fidelity, says Sammy. Yeah, Ricky Ray bringing up a great point. Was that cleared cash that you used when you tried to buy the options on Schwab? That's right. When you have stocks under $3 a share, oftentimes the brokerage, the brokerage will not allow you to buy options unless you have cleared settled cash, not just an available cash. Green Wave is going crazy. You guys want me to check out G Wave? Why not? Let's do it. Green Wave Tech up 232%. Pretty sweet. Pretty sweet. That puppy's up from 12 cents to 20 cents right now. Nice. More, I am inclined to believe with you. I'm inclined to believe and agree with you there. That's part of why they're trying to keep GameStop under 31 and AMC under $5 because they have to hedge for so many contracts by tomorrow or at least by Monday. So they may not even hedge for the contracts tomorrow being Friday. They might hedge for them on Monday and pump up the stocks on Monday heavily and then try to short them down the rest of the week to prevent even more calls from going in the money. So yeah, this is the game that I've been playing with these guys for 3 years now on these market makers. And what they're doing is really obvious if you know what to look for, if you understand the mechanics of when they have to hedge and when they can naked short the stocks. And when they have to deliver shares. That's key. Phil Bill says they're pumping all obscure tickers. Correct. And Ricky Ray, that's right. It takes 3 days for cash to settle on Schwab. Some others, it takes 2 days to settle. And if you're making an ACH transfer, it could take up to 5 days. That's why I like to do wire transfers. Yeah, SGD, penny stocks are often sketchy. And yes, there can be significant issues with penny stocks. But they are sometimes heavily shorted as well. Because they can be used as collateral, but they're also sometimes very heavily shorted because penny stocks have a higher potential to go bankrupt. And that gives shorts more opportunity for profits. So, yeah, they do have the chance. Sean Bravo says, I'm the group of old TD customers that got transitioned to Schwab on Monday during all the action. Imagine learning a new interface as you're trying to buy calls. Super sus on Schwab. That's a good point, man. Was that set up on purpose? Not to mention Schwab's interface is complete dog shit. Dog shit. It is so bad. We're going to blow them out of the water with Lit Exchange, with our GUI, our graphical user interface. It is leaps and bounds better than the competition. And once we receive all the FINRA approvals as a fully licensed broker-dealer and such, and get everything all finished setting up, I think it's going to blow your fucking mind. Big Ace, that's correct about Fidelity, but the same thing applies with options on Fidelity with anything under $3 a share. And even if the share price is under $3 a share, you can't buy shares or contracts on the stock with unsettled cash on Fidelity or Schwab. Yeah, the app is absolute terrible, Zachary, for sure. And Fidelity's the same thing, dude. There's so many people that are putting their money into those companies that they don't care to upgrade anything or to make it good for retail investors. Like, they don't want you to be able to day trade and make a lot of money on those stocks. Smoke them if you got them, ladies and gentlemen. Joe Allen says, hey, boss, how do you protect your shares from being loaned out for others to short? Joe Allen, the best way to protect your shares is to hold them in a cash account and turn off share lending. If you hold them in a margin account, your shares will 100% be loaned, and you will not be receiving anything for those shares. Yeah, we need to pull up the Roaring Kitty videos stat. That's what I'm going to do. Let's see what everyone's saying in the Discord. Hey, welcome Piggy Bank Pro. Welcome to all the new members in the Discord. Super Scrappy asks, do you have any update on Lit Exchange you can share with us publicly? Timeline for any beta tests, when it goes live, Founders Program, or just general status or good news? Got a lot of news. For starters, I'll just say this, that we will be launching our Regulation D and Regulation C campaigns at the end of next week. The reverse repo operations today have been crushed from yesterday's $480 billion to only $410 billion today. That shows me that there's significantly less liquidity available in money market funds than yesterday, and that could have easily been pulled out by a lot of institutions, as there are fewer institutions trading on the RRP today than yesterday. Now let's go check out the Roaring Kitty videos as well. The stocks right now, Green Wave up 240%, 20 cents. AMC 484. GameStop $30.50. Faraday up 150% at $1.76. And again, completing the pattern from the last 5 days. Same pattern. Looks like it will get crushed to about $1.50 towards the end of the day, and then has a possibility to do the exact same run upward to a new high by this evening or tomorrow. Busta Rhymes. I can't play the song because we'll get copyright stricken again. Do you really want to party with me? Let me see what you got for me. And yeah, Roaring Kitty, I want to party with you, brother. Let's do it. That's solid. A scene from The Shining. Dan, looking forward to joining Lit Exchange. My friend, we are looking forward to launching and having you as one of our founding members. It will be a pleasure to do business with fellow retail investors. There is no guarantee I can play the instrumental because it still may still be copyrighted as well. But I appreciate your options, your opinions. Keith, I wonder why Roaring Kitty isn't posting any YouTube content. I'm not sure, man, but I think he's going to come back. I think Roaring Kitty's going to come back Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Did anybody say about that? Did anybody hear him say anything about that specifically? So Keith, is that what you would do? I make GameStop memes.
Could be a really great architect.
Keith could be a really great investor if you want it to be. That's unusual. I mean, what made you go from one to the other? I guess I just figured, why make something disposable like an investment thesis when you can make something that lasts forever, like a GameStop meme? What does it mean? The thing you just said. Come on, I'll show you some more stuff. That's cool. All initial opinions in this are genuine. What you're about to see may disturb you.
Move, children. Vámonos.
El chupacabras, the roaring kitty. And of course the signs, the crop circles, right? We've seen this one multiple times. Captain Freedom, you really think we've been set up to be robbed? Hey man, everyone's got their welcome to their own opinion, that's for sure. It doesn't take long to edit a video if you've got some software. Especially a 30-second video. They could be edited together in 10 minutes. But yeah, the power of the player signs. The signs are everywhere. The crop circles are there, right? Yud, yes, eventually, to answer your question. Stywee asks, when will the exchange be open for international customers? It all depends on where. We plan to launch first here in the United States and then in Europe and Canada. And we will expand throughout the world in stages. Zambada, definitely need dumb money too with all these videos and clues. Yep. Are you seeing the kind of signs that sees miracles? Or do you believe that people just get lucky? Is it possible that there are no coincidences? I thought about selling off my FFIE calls, but I decided that if the pattern actually continues into tomorrow, as I expect it to, that I won't be able to buy back in for the lower than the price that I already am in. So I'm just going to hang on to them and see what happens tomorrow. Elias, will it be available in Viking countries? We definitely plan to, my friend, because we have a lot of Vikings in our think tank and in AMC and GameStop, and we plan to accommodate, my friend. RK's ready to party. Yeah, I agree with Peter Hahn. People are saying that maybe Roaring Kitty's account was hacked, and they're having a lot of fun. But Peter brings up a great point. If that was the case, the real Keith Gill would have had already over 4 days to alert the public, and that would have been easy for him to do. He could have easily made a video saying, hey, that's not me, that's not my account, and he would have done that. Because he could face liability if somebody else is using his account, legal liability, and he's smarter than that. So I think posting memes is a great way to go for him. The 401k is the biggest scam in the financial industry, period. Correct. And I think once people realize where their 401k is being invested, they will be a lot more concerned.
You are a board member at America's Best 401k.
Yes.
And you've specifically looked into the fees that people pay at 401ks and the fact that most people don't even know that they pay a fee.
This is the most amazing thing. It's a $4.4 trillion industry that for 30 years, they didn't have to tell you what they were charging you. Only 3 years ago, the Department of Labor changed the rules and said you got to tell people what you charge them. Wow. So now they do that by giving you a 35 or 50-page disclosure document that if you have a PhD in finance, maybe you can figure out the hidden fees.
Yeah, good luck.
So here's what you have to know. Most people, 58% of the people don't even think there are any fees. I did three core messages for your viewer. One, fees matter and you're paying them. A 1% in fee, because of the compounding over time, costs you 10 years of retirement income. The average person thinks they're paying less than 1% or nothing, and they're paying 3.1%. That's 30 years of fees. So I'll give you an example. If you have a 35-year-old person, they have $100,000 and they put it in the market and they let it compound for 30 years till they're going to retire, and they're paying 1% in fees, they have $761,000, which is a nice growth from that time. But if you paid 3% in fees for the same stocks, you have $432,000. So in other words, you have 76% more money if you have less fees, or in the other view, you have 19 years less income. So people don't understand that fees matter.
Bingo. Fees matter across everything. And the fees that you pay with commission-free brokerages is much higher than you actually realize. Revolution says, I just subscribed to Lit Exchange updates. I can't wait. Thanks, boss. Thank you, Revolution. We look forward to working with you, my friend. Rentec, the hedge fund, is piled into GameStop and AMC. Just in case you guys didn't know, they went long on AMC and GameStop by millions of shares. They have 1 million GameStop, 8.7 million shares of AMC. And GameStop's pushing $31.25 again. AMC's pushing $5 again. They're trying to keep it range bound. They're trying to end under 31 for GME and under 5 for AMC. Let's see what happens. Tomorrow's the real indicator of what's going on, in my opinion. Tomorrow's what I'm really excited for better or for worse. Whether the stock prices go up, goes down, or stays neutral, I'm looking forward to seeing what happens tomorrow on AMC and GameStop more than anything. Because we're still following along with the same trend lines that we saw in January and in May and June of 2021. Both the stocks run up hard for a couple days and then get crushed hard for a couple days, and then they go back to running. So tomorrow is a big indicator for me. Crown Electric is flying high, 960% gains on Crown right now. 49 cents a share. Was at was at like, what was it, 4 cents? Yeah, it was around 2 to 4 cents at the beginning of the day. And CRKN is a booming, 50 cents a share now, 980% gains on the day, 1,000% plus. That's hilarious. Oh, Faraday is doing exactly what I called for it to do when I told you guys earlier that I expect it to end the day around $1.40, $1.50, and then bounce tomorrow. So it's following the same exact pattern that it saw for multiple days in a row. Take a look at this. This is today for FFIE, yesterday for FFIE, the day before for FFIE. Looks awfully similar, doesn't it? It's the same thing. It's 4 days ago, FFIE. And then 5 days ago for FFIE when the run began. So, yep, more of the same there. And I'm going to hold my calls at least till tomorrow. I might hold them longer than that, but definitely holding on to them for tomorrow. As it continues to repeat the same pattern over and over again. Here you go. There you go. It took me too far back for some reason, but there we go. 4 days ago, 3 days ago, 2 days ago, and today. Same movement there. Crown Electric. Faraday's been suspended, getting crushed down to $1.59. JR, that's something that you need to decide for yourself, my friend. I cannot help you decide if the train is over, because nobody knows what's going to happen on these stocks at any day. Limit break, 1,000% run, no halt on CRKN. AMC and GME run 5%, 38 halts in one day. That's right. That's absolutely right. That shows you the difference as to when they're gaining liquidity through pump and dumps like Crown Electric, or when they're actually getting short squeezed by retail investors because the stocks are extremely undervalued on AMC and GameStop. Yep, FFIE is halted at the moment. And they are dumping on CRKN big time right now. It is down to 39 cents from 53 cents. From 1,000% gain to 700% gain so far, and dropping with fairly low volume. Okay, no, it was a 24 million volume candle. It was a big volume, but the drop is significantly higher than the gain on the same 24 million volume. But look, yeah, and about the same actually as the one on the 22 million volume to the upside. Mannerism asks, so who's calling the shots for halting? Well, that's Goldman Sachs and Citadel, my friend. And BlackRock. They're the ones calling the shots for the halts. Because they're scared shitless. Here, I'll show you the LULD committee. This is the LULD Chair Advisory. SIBO Global Markets. Pretty positive they're owned by Citadel. BlackRock. State Street Global, Goldman Sachs, Citadel Securities, TD Ameritrade, Virtue Financial, Jane Street. The largest market makers in the world are the ones that make the decisions on when to halt a stock. That is why they are manipulating the stocks, because they're losing billions of dollars. Blockbuster Video is up 66% today and up 100% since yesterday. I think people need to realize about Blockbuster is that it's a sub-penny stock, so if it goes up 0.001 cents, which is like a tenth of a penny, that's basically like a 100% gain. So, a judge has ruled that the Houston, Texas, November 2022 election was rigged. Therefore, the court has ordered a new election to determine the proper judge of the 180th District Court. Republican Tammy Pierce has challenged her 449-vote loss to Democrat Deshaun Jones after Harris County Democrats stuffed the ballot box with 1,430 illegal votes. And the court holds that the true outcome cannot be determined. The court has found that 1,430 illegal votes were cast in the race for the 180th District Court, and it is not realistic or feasible to determine which candidate received those votes. David Peoples, the judge presiding over that case in Houston, Texas. The amount of election interference and election fraud that is occurring on the markets is absolutely, not on the markets, in the world, and it is always skewed to the Democrat side, is blatantly obvious. I don't care if what you are, Democrat, Republican, liberal, it doesn't matter. Look at the facts objectively, and it's pretty clear to see. Look, FFIE at about $1.43, which we called for about $1.40 many minutes ago, and that's exactly what we're looking at right now. $1.40 at this very moment, $1.38. The Justice Department has submitted proposed regulation to reschedule marijuana. The proposed rule seeks to move marijuana from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3, emphasizing its currently accepted medical use and treatment in the United States. This is something that should have... This is something that should have been done 80 years ago. But of course, for the last 100 years, the United States has classified marijuana as a Schedule 1 drug on par with heroin and fentanyl, even though unless you smoke your body weight or eat your body weight, you likely can't die on marijuana. But that's not the case for a microcosm of a gram of fentanyl, because it is a medicine that grows in the ground. Now, so the fact that they're finally doing this leads me to believe that the federal government probably wants to tax it. Even more, even more. Kim.com brings up a great point that I mentioned. I literally said this 3 days ago here on the stream. U.S. car makers can't compete with fully automated Chinese car factories. That's why the U.S. government placed a 100% tax on Chinese electric cars. Affordable cars are out of reach for U.S. consumers because of protectionism for U.S. products that cost twice as much. If you guys were watching 3 days ago, you heard me say something almost exactly the same when we found out about Biden's tariffs. And he's basically just reinstituting the tariffs that Trump had in play when he was president. What is this? There was a court case against Citadel Securities versus the Security Exchange Commission. And the United States Court of Appeals for the D.C. Circuit Court on Monday, October 25th of 2021, Citadel and Virtue were called predatory in federal court, accused of latency arbitrage by IEX, which is Investors Exchange, one of the lit markets that we plan to do business with, and the Securities Exchange Commissions.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Ms. Stetson.
Good morning, Your Honors, and may it please the court. I'm Kate Stetson, representing IEX as the intervener. I want to make just a couple points on the primary argument in this case, the latency arbitrage issue and the solution that IEX devised. And then I do want to be sure to talk about this
yes, he does follow me.
issue, Judge Sentel and Judge Rao, that you raised as well. But just on the latency arbitrage point to begin, Judge Rao, I think one of your questions pointed at this as well. This primary argument of Citadel's is a substantial evidence argument. That's unusual. Usually there's a lack of statutory authority argument or some other more significant APA hook. So here, what we are looking for is, was there substantial evidence in the record that latency arbitrage occurred? And the commission found yes. Those sites include Joint Appendix 62, 87, 89. When was latency arbitrage happening? The commission concluded, based on IEX's several months worth of data, that it is happening in those microseconds right before a price changes. And
the Securities Exchange Commission and IEX have confirmed that Citadel Securities was using latency latency in order to make profits and manipulate markets in this court case with Citadel Securities versus the SEC at the U.S. Court of Appeals.
I want to mention something that Mr. Wall said about the dogs barking if there is data of latency arbitrage. There are so many dogs. There are so many comments in this case from hundreds of investment advisors and companies representing trillions of dollars under management and millions of investors, including, among others, high-frequency traders, XTX and Virtue. Virtue in particular does precisely what Citadel does. We can talk about what we're calling the retail issue in a minute if you all like, but understand that Virtue supported this delimit order and does exactly what Citadel does. Mm-hmm. With respect to Mr. Woe's other comment about this evidence that IEX put in over several months of data and which the commission evaluated and accepted as evidence of, quote, normal large trading, that is simply not true. What we are talking about is evidence of a huge amount of trading going on in the few microseconds before a price changes. I just happened to blink my eyes. That blink is about 200 times longer than the couple microseconds that we're talking about. So when Citadel talks about routing 15% of its batched retail trades at that very moment, that is Citadel trying to hit that stale quote. That is what is happening. It is not evidence of normal large trading.
See,
With
you hear that?
respect to
We've got court cases literally talking about the market manipulation of Citadel in the high frequency trades. It is not retail that is making the stock price go down. It's Citadel manipulating the trades and using these delimit orders.
amount of trading
Listen.
going on in the few microseconds before a price changes. I just happened to blink my eyes. That blink is about 200 times longer than the couple microseconds that we're talking about. So when Citadel talks about routing 15% of its batched retail trades at that very moment, that is Citadel trying to hit that stale quote. That is what is happening. It is not evidence of normal large trading. With respect to the data that Citadel put forward, and I want to make clear, there is a difference between disagreeing with a commenter and ignoring a commenter. And I think a lot of what Citadel's brief tries to do is to shoehorn this into some model where the commission, didn't ignored Citadel's data, didn't pay sufficient attention, and there is a huge amount of work that the commission did in this order to take into account that data and to talk about it and explain it. And one of the things that Ms. Parisi mentioned, I think is important, is that data comparing the difference between what's happening on the displayed order side and what's happening on non-displayed. The other thing that I would mention is the commission's finding at Appendix 55 to 56, that the people who are doing those trades, the entities doing those trades in those microseconds, are proprietary trading firms, high frequency traders. Those high frequency traders include Citadel. Citadel is trading on behalf of retail investors. That's the phrase it uses. Citadel pays millions, hundreds of millions of dollars to brokers in order to get those retail orders so that it can batch them, route them as it sees fit, internalize them if necessary, and profit off of them. That's Citadel's model. And that
Bingo. And that is why your commission-free brokerages like Robinhood and even Webull, and if you're not using IBKR Pro, or if you're not manually routing your orders on Fidelity, you're getting screwed. You're getting screwed. Your orders are getting front run. They're getting batched. People, this is really important, more important than you realize.
That's why the retail investor is really just a red herring.
And that's why we're making Lit Exchange, because we're tired of these assholes doing this shit over and over again for billions and billions of shares and orders every fucking day.
Let me talk briefly. Yes.
Just to make sure I understood what you just said, are you saying that when Citadel says that 40% of its trades on IEX are on behalf of retail customers, that in fact those trades could be using latency arbitrage tactics?
100% true.
100% true. That's nothing unexpected. It's nothing new. But to you, if it's new and you just found, if this is the first time you ever heard this video, do me a favor and drop a like, because this is the kind of information that we keep sharing with people. And when you drop a like the YouTube and Twitter algorithms, share the video with more people that may not know about it yet. And the more people that we get on our side to learn about what's actually happening in markets, maybe they'll get pissed off about losing about losing money over and over and over again every time there's a black swan situation, or every time that they're trading and they don't even realize that they're losing money. Maybe enough people will change their tactics, will change the companies that they do business with, and that will help every single one of us. There's a bunch of fucking crooks over here at the Financial Services Committee. FINRA has fined IBKR, the brokerage, $5.5 million for short selling violations. Again, what did we just get done talking about, ladies and gentlemen? Yeah, but this is exactly what I was calling for on FFIE. If you guys were watching about 30 minutes ago, for those of you that were here, remember? You guys all know, but if you weren't, this is exactly what I called for. I called for FFIE to go back to about $1.40 or so, and it went down to $1.30, $1.22, and then bounced right back up. It's at $1.53. Wants to end the day around $1.45, and then probably it'll make another movement upwards tomorrow. AMC trading sideways at 490. GameStop trading sideways at 30.60 for now. And I just have FFIE on the screen and CRKN here as we are watching them as well. Green Wave is also getting crushed right now in this portion of the session. Just to be expected after such a big movement. You know, you got it's trading, it's day trading, it's algorithms, high frequency trades. They're programmed to manipulate the stocks in certain ways. As a trader, you have to learn how to make money off of what the high frequency trading traders are doing. This is an older one. I've showed you guys.
But I don't find it
Hey,
out
baby.
here.
You can't find what, baby? What, honey?
My one nubby. My found two.
You found it.
I need found one.
You need to find one more.
But I don't find my more. How have me find one? My face. How have me find my found two and my how have me with this was one number.
You need to find one more. Is it 3? Okay, well.
How have me find my found two and my need.
I don't know if you have another one. I don't know if there are 3.
How you did the how dummy.
She wants my help. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. 1 second, baby girl. I'll be back in 30 seconds. Give her a quick hand here. All right, I'm back. As I told you guys previously, these brokers are consistently fined for short selling violations. FINRA fined IBKR $5.5 million for violating several naked short selling rules over a period of at least 3 years. Their procedures were not reasonably designed to achieve compliance with requirements, and they repeatedly ignored red flags, including internal audit filings and multiple warnings. Multiple warnings from the system themselves, from its staff. Their own inside staff warned them and they just ignored it. Of course, they neither admitted nor denied the charges and settled the matter with $5.5 million. All of that money goes to the Securities Exchange Commission and FINRA. So, I'm sorry, FINRA, excuse me. I meant to say the Securities Exchange Commission, FINRA, and the U.S. Treasury. So yes, when SEC, when FINRA, when these guys fine these companies for doing this, a portion of the money goes to the United States Treasury, another portion of it goes to that regulatory authority, and retail investors see none of it, even if they were the ones that were robbed. This is a part of the problem. Jack says more $10 calls for May 24th on AMC are now locked in, and now we wait. Cheers, my friend. I like the way you think. Free Like Summer says, I think hodling AMC is raising my testosterone. Okay, let's check out the Adam Aaron tweets, and then we will check out Roaring Kitty as well. Let's go to Adam Aaron here. Adam Aaron, of course, follows me because he's a silverback, real fucking ape, biggest shareholder of AMC. He says, after Taylor Swift and beyond in 2023, AMC's next event with a world-class artist is today at 3 p.m. Adam Aaron says, AMC's next event with a world-class artist is today at 3 p.m. local time. An exclusive AMC Dolby Cinema Billie Eilish listening event of her new album, Hit Me Hard and Soft. A few seats remain in some cities. We are sold out in many others. That's awesome. Yeah, and the Billie Eilish events, the concerts at AMC sold out really, really fast in around most of the country. GameStop's over 31 right now. And they are keeping it range bound again between that same price range. You can check out the screener too and see how everything's going. Screeners are showing that Crown Electric still leads the markets with 370% gains. Greenwave 142, Faraday 97%, Peggy Pineapple Holding Company 47%. JDZG 74, BRSH Brush Oral Care is up 69% at 12 cents a share. ASTS up 56%. And you've got a few others there holding up the line as well. Blue Star Foods, another penny stock, but I remember this name. I have been watching Blue Star Foods for years. They are up 53% today at 9 cents a share. BYND Canasoft up 22% on the news of the rescheduling of marijuana by the Department of Justice. Of course, some of the cannabis stocks are going to probably squeeze. Well, chances are, the words, what people say is buy the rumor and sell the news. Chances are it's probably a little late to be getting into the cannabis stocks now since that news came out a while ago, like earlier today. But yeah, even Sundial, I see it's up there. It's up like 7% as such. I'm fucking muted. All right. So yeah, we took a look at everything. A lot of the stocks that we were following along. Crown Electric leads the way. Greenwave, Faraday, Peggy, Lucy Scientific up 300%, 150%, 109%. Brush, all of these companies up big time. Blue Star Foods I've been following for 3 years. They're a penny stock, but they're always moving at the same time at AMC and GameStop. They're up 46% today. I'm not surprised. Franpan, I cannot give you an ETA on lit yet for legal reasons. It's a highly regulated field. That's why. This is big news, actually. 12.5% of FHA mortgages are at least 30 days late now. That is higher than I've seen in many, many years. Probably since 2010. There's 12.5% of FHA mortgages being 30 days late. That's bad. That's bad for housing. Really bad. I mean, it's good for the fact that housing market is extremely overvalued anyway. It's a massive bubble. But it's bad in the sense that a a lot of people are going to lose a lot of equity in their homes. And I know some people may think that, that's nuts, that real estate always goes up. But there have been plenty of corrections in the housing market, and there will be many, many more to come. And we are on the precipice of a major housing correction, a major bubble correction in general. We are in a super bubble, ladies and gentlemen. Just Dario brings up a great post here. Beware, this is what happened the last time Ken Griffin pumped China stocks, and then many retail investors lost a ton of savings in the subsequent dump. Although this time they are targeting U.S.-listed American depository receipts, so it should be the SEC in charge to keep an eye on them. Citadel, a U.S. hedge fund, had their account suspended in China. This was in 2015. There's been multiple times that Citadel has happened. And they actually got kicked out of a lot of Chinese trading. Now, I want people to see something. This is on AMC stock. This right here, this line, is the short sale volume on January of 2021. January 27th of 2021, the day before the buy button was pulled. This candle here was June of 2021, probably June 2nd of 2021, when AMC reached its all-time high of $79 a share. And this line here was yesterday. The short sale volume on AMC is the highest that it's been since January of 2021 and June of 2021. Great post by @NolaPools. Let's retweet it. AMC short sale volume has reached levels not seen since January 2021 and June 2021, when the stock ran up over 1,800% on each occasion. And let's go ahead and put a breaking in there. You know what? I don't think that's enough. Let's go ahead and put on a "we're going to be so fucking rich" TLDR on that fucker. Yeah, I know. Wow is right. That goes to show you guys, when short sale volume is that high, if you don't know why the stock price fell, if after watching all this channel for the last 3-4 days and you don't know why the stock price fell yesterday and today, it's because of the ridiculously high short selling volume. That's why. Does that mean it's over? Nope. Does that mean that they're not going to run to the moon again? Nope. That just means for yesterday and today, they have managed to live to see another day. That's all. And by they, I mean the short hedge funds. Faraday's trading again, $1.40 a share, up 98% on the day. GameStop, $30 a share and 20 cents. Crown Electric up 400% at 23 cents a share. AMC, $4.77 right now. Save Seattle says a great point. Most people aren't making actual money on their house due to inflation and the interest rates on their homes. Correct. When you account for the rate of inflation and then the commission you have to pay when you sell your home, yes, the number is higher than it was if you bought, if you bought your home within the last 4 years, let's say. The number is higher. But accounting for the fact that inflation on most things is up between 23 and 45%, and the dollar has been devalued so far, you're pretty much flat. You know, and if you take into account inflation on the S&P, it is pretty much flat since the 1930s as well. It's not that the S&P has gone higher, it's that the value of our US dollar has been crushed by so much that it appears to be at a higher level, but it is not anything significant when you take into account the adjustment for inflation. Thanks, Felix. Thanks, Paradigm. Appreciate you guys. My Twitter is at BossBlunts1. Here, I'll put it on the screen real quick. That right there. At BossBlunts1. That's my Twitter account. If you guys want to follow on there as well. I always share a lot of information on Twitter and then follow it up with more long-form content whenever possible. New Roaring Kitty posted just a few seconds ago. And I think I already know what he's trying to say. I got both hands off the wheel.
I got both hands off the wheel.
The cops are coming. I'm listening to the music with no fear. You can hear it too if you're sincere. Because I'm a punk rocker. Yes, I got both hands off the wheel. That's dope. Let's see what this video says. You can't stop what's coming. And it's an absolute train. Look at that. Stone Cold Steve Austin. That was my favorite wrestler when I was like in 8th grade and shit. He was my absolute favorite wrestler of all time. And I remember this too. It was at the Royal Rumble. That was hilarious. He came in and just steamrolled everybody like this train that's about to steamroll these short hedge fucks. Super Weenies, am I a bad person for buying puts on FFIE because I just made a couple $100? No, I don't think so at all. FFIE is not being strongly diamond-handed by retail. Do whatever makes you happy, as you should with your money at all times. But no, I don't think that makes you a bad person at all because it's not a retail-held stock. Not majority-held, it's at least. Ah, that's right, Sir Piff. That was Monday Night Raw. You're right. You're right. That wasn't the Royal Rumble. Sicario. This is the Sicario post that people were talking about, which means assassin in Spanish.
So you want to be a Sicario?
APJ sends, or AppJ says he runs over a bear chair too. I didn't see that. Boss, watch my DC 2 pictures, says Mr. Fumble. Let me take a look. Where can I find it? Yeah, it was a solid few weeks, JR Jr. The last time there was a big event in price with AMC and GameStop, how long was the entire ordeal? It was several months, but the majority of the movement happened within a couple of weeks. I think that's part of what we could be seeing that now. Cliff Bennett, yes, buying puts does impact the price. It does impact the price, yes. And it helps the market makers as well, because when you buy a put, they can marry a call with it, and then they don't have to hedge against that call. Here's the falling wedge pattern. Again, that bullish pennant that I call it. This was the rising trend we saw in Amc and GameStop. The downtrend as a correction into the pennant. And then when it consolidates towards the end of the pennant, it rises, tends to rise once again. And we have 49,000, but that's 621. We're not near 621. This is the one that we're at right now. I don't know why this guy marked this. I guess maybe he's saying that we have a lot of volume in out of the money call contracts for June 21st. There's 252,000 call contracts out of the money and 49.7 thousand in the money. But for this week alone, expiring Friday, there's over 100,000 call contracts on AMC in the money. This May 17th, which is absolutely huge. In comparison to only 59,000 put contracts on AMC in the money. So nearly double. Now let's take a look at GameStop. Let's look at our boy GME over here. 29.85 for now. AMC 481. Both still moving up and down together, of course. 142,000 call contracts in the money that expire this Friday, and only 14,500 puts in the money that expire this Friday. 66,000 more for June 21st. That's the monthly. That's the monthly option, if you guys are wondering why we're looking at that one. And only 3,900 puts June 21st. With 75,000 puts out of the money for that date, 33,000 calls out of the money for that date. And of course, Roaring Kitty. The cat is sneaking up on the fat bears sitting pretty in their chairs with the little bears in their pockets that are underwater. But only for now, because that cat is ready to pounce. New video on Roaring Kitty's Twitter? Sure, let's check it out. We saw this one already. I love that he's posting every 15 minutes. I think we saw that one already, just for reference. I'll let it play again without audio in case you wanted to check it out. Well, you probably already saw it, but yeah, we saw this one. This one where he says he's got his hands off the wheel and he's riding nice and comfy. Yoon Hua Stevens, I disagree with you. You know, you're welcome to your opinion, but I disagree with you on that call. So good luck to you, my friend. Enjoy day trading the stocks if that's what your thing is, but nah, not for me. I may day trade some call contracts, but I will not sell covered calls on AMC or GameStop or buy puts or trade the shares because I am diamond handing those shares and the shorts can't fucking have my shares. Limit break, I am inclined to agree with you. Whoops, what the hell? My bad, wrong thing here. Get that out of the way. I'm inclined to agree with you that there is a probability, looking back at January and May of 2021 and the price action that we've seen in the past, that tomorrow could be a significantly green day for AMC and GameStop. Of course, nothing is guaranteed, but it does appear to be that way from the TA and from the patterns we've seen in the past. So, I'm looking forward to seeing what happens tomorrow for sure. I hear you, Stevens. Patriot says, I'd love to see AMC over $5 again. My friend, I would love to see AMC over $500 again. Man, it's coming. It's coming. Well, not again, but over 500, period. Darth Powell says the consumer price index is basically bullshit. If it goes too high, they change how it's measured. Yep, the hedonistic the hedonic adjustment. A $10,000 car is now $20,000, but it had a flat screen, so let's say it went up 1%. Substitution. Steak went from $10 a pound to $20 a pound. But cricket patties went from $2 to $2.10, so let's call it 5%. Absolutely. That is why we call it CPI. The House Judiciary Committee just voted to hold Attorney General Merrick Garland in contempt of Congress for failing to provide the lawfully subpoenaed audio tapes of Special Counsel Robert Hur's interview of President Biden. Wow, look at that. Yeah, even people are saying that things are looking really bad for the NWO globalists. Yeah, for the World Economic Forum, for the deep state, things are looking really bad. And this guy says, I love it. I never thought that would happen. It does go in the record. And I also didn't think it would happen. Let's see if they actually make anything worthwhile of this. Yeah, Attorney General Merrick Garland has been held in contempt of Congress for failing to provide the lawfully subpoenaed audio tapes of Robert Hur's interview with President Joe Biden. TCG Collector, I was discussing the post-conversion reverse split price because AMC share price post-reverse split is supposed to be around $360 to $390, but the brokerages misconstrue the data because they're not accounting for the AMC preferred equity APE share conversion to AMC shares. And so a lot of them show 720 as being the all-time high when that's actually incorrect. The all-time high of AMC, accounting for the conversion of APE shares to AMC and the reverse split, is $360 a share. Nah, JB, this is my exhaust vent over here, my friend, which is out of the picture. You can't see it. I'm making a prediction based on 35 years of legal experience. There will be no verdict in Biden's trial next week. I challenge anyone to tell me I'm wrong. Trump 2024. No, JB, do you not listen? There are no natural sellers as the sellers are asleep. So they're just walking the stock back up with no resistance. Huh. Man, I can't stand Jim Cramer. I fucking hate that guy. The former People's Deputy of Ukraine says they have proof that Biden's family member affiliates, both Burisma founders and employees, are complicit in blowing up of Nord Stream 2 and other terrorist activity by way of at least $50 million collective bribe. According to Derkach, the former deputy of Ukraine, a $6 million cash bribe was handed over to Ukrainian law enforcement to shut down the investigation into Burisma. $12 million was given to a drone army under secret court order. The Burisma lawyer who handed over the $6 million did it on camera. The other $12 million, according to Derkach, was donated to a drone army under secret court ruling. Yeah, Len, AMC tomorrow, interested for that too. The $6 million has been held as evidence by a secret court order. The money was handed over to a military unit of the CIA, the GUR, for the sake of carrying out terrorist activities. After that, Derkach says the Nord Stream explosions occurred, Prilipin was attacked, Daria Dugina, the daughter of far-right political activist Alexander Dugin, was assassinated. Top officers of security agencies in Ukraine, they reportedly conduct interviews using extra budgetary cash. And he says that all transaction of funds have been traced from Burisma to Morgan Stanley to Rosemont Seneca. Hunter Biden and Joe Biden are directly linked to Burisma and Rosemont Seneca, for those that are unaware. The criminal case initiated in regard to Burisma, actively investigated by Prosecutor General Shokin, was not disclosed until 2020. And Derkach says all who have sponsored and participated in terrorism will be held accountable for their crimes. I'm not going to play the audio because it's translated from Ukrainian into English. Super Weenies just bought more June calls. Let's get it. GME, she's hanging out. GME's hanging out at the same price. AMC as well. Excuse me. Workhorse, I don't know, Alan. Patriot Drone, there absolutely is a possibility of an AMC and GameStop catalyst for tomorrow in the form of the leaps that we were discussing, if they are accurate. If that is accurate. New Roaring Kitty tweet. Let's go take a peek at that as well. Rock ain't about doing things perfect.
Rock ain't about doing things perfect. Who can tell me what it's really about? Frankie.
Scoring chicks?
No. See?
This
no.
kid.
Eleni?
What a great
Getting
movie,
wasted.
too.
Come on. No. Leonard.
Sticking it to the man?
Yes. But you can't just say it, man. You gotta feel it in your blood and guts. If you wanna rock, you gotta break the rules. Rock ain't about doing things perfect. Who can tell me what it's really about?
That's awesome.
Frankie.
Scoring chicks?
No. See? No. Eleni?
Getting wasted.
No. Come on. No. Leonard.
Sticking it to the man?
Yes. But you can't just say it, man. You gotta feel it in your blood and guts. If you wanna rock,
I think you guys know what that means, right? That's awesome. Romel Torres, is AMC crypto going to rise? There is no such thing as AMC crypto. It does not exist. It has never existed. Is it worth buying AMC token? I don't provide financial advice, but AMC does not sponsor, own, or endorse any token or any cryptocurrency of any kind. That has nothing to do with AMC. It's just some scam artist cryptocurrency token creator that has illegally used the AMC name. Diane Garrett. No, the token in Coinbase, there is no AMC token in Coinbase, my guy. It does not have anything to do with AMC. Okay? It is used as, first of all, maybe they're using it as fake share locates, but that is not endorsed by or has anything to do with AMC whatsoever, just so you know. Adam Aaron, John Merriweather, the board of directors have come out multiple times and said that they do not endorse and are suing the company or the people that are using the AMC name illegally to create these fake tokens. Vic says, wow, imagine how many people fell for those bullshit AMC tokens. I know there's a GameStop token, and none of them are sponsored by the company. Let's see. What do we have here? New bank accounts of the Biden crime family have been found, which were used for receiving money being laundered from China, Romania, and Russia while Biden was vice president, with over $240,000 in checks being directly wired to Biden with no explanation. Yeah, if you're voting for Biden, you're voting against your own country. You're voting for money laundering. You're voting for crime. You're voting for open borders. You're voting against your own best interests. Okay, you guys are really going hard on the knees today, huh? I'm going to have to disconnect from the Discord think tank right now. Yes, Romel, there were tokens that are supposedly used to track the action of the underlying equity, but in reality, those tokens can be used for a ridiculous amount of market manipulation. In my opinion, buying tokens on AMC and GameStop is the equivalent of voting is the equivalent of trying to bring the price down on AMC and GameStop. Wolfie, it's okay. It's okay if they ask about tokens, my friend. Don't ban them for that. But I appreciate you as a mod. Don't get me wrong. 100% I appreciate you, my friend. But yeah, they can mention the tokens. They can ask questions about them because they're valid questions. CRKN, as we're watching here, was up 1,000% minutes ago. It's now only up 466%, which is significant, but it is a penny stock with no options. And people want Charles Payne to make a run for politics. I don't blame them. He would probably be a lot better than our current politicians, that's for sure. Now, here's one of the things that is really important to realize as an American, as a global citizen. In less than 4 years, inflation-adjusted United States government spending now exceeds the combined spending of World War I and World War II and the entirety of 1970 through 1990 combined. This is extremely worrying for the long-term health of the economy, but everyone except the U.S. government seems to understand it. It's not that they don't understand it, ladies and gentlemen. They are doing this on purpose to devalue the U.S. dollar and to make it harder for the middle class to survive. This is about the destruction of the family unit. This is about the destruction of the 99%. The NFL has issued a statement condemning Chiefs kicker Harrison Butker, who gave a speech blasting Joe Biden, diversity, equity, and inclusion, and degenerate cultural values. The NFL will condemn traditional values, but won't condemn all the women beaters in the league. Wow. I'm not surprised. And more homes have had price cuts than any in May. Okay. More homes had price cuts in May than any May in over a decade. That shows you that fewer and fewer people are able to buy homes with the current prices being so overvalued, with the current interest rates being what they are. A massive housing correction is underway. Yep, somebody else posted the short sale volume as we posted earlier today. The AMC short sale volume was the highest yesterday since January and June of 2021. GME at $30, AMC at $4.82, Crown Electric at 26 cents, Faraday Futures at $1.46. And yeah, Graham Stephen, I don't like the guy, Graham Stephan, whatever his name is. I don't follow him, but somebody posted this, and he's correct. If you're to buy $1 million home, you need to put down 20% because it would be a jumbo loan. So you can't do 3.5% or 5% FHA or VA loan. You'd have to put down 20%. That's $200,000 down. Take on a mortgage of $5,600, plus pay another $1,000 in property taxes, insurance, and maintenance. Now, I know it would be way more than that, because I used to pay $1,000 a month in property taxes in Illinois for a house that was worth a third of $1 million house, not to mention the cost of insurance and maintenance and other fees. So in reality, it would be much higher than the grand total he claims of $6,600 per month. But he does say, or you could just rent an identical house for $4,000 a month. And he's right. He's right in that sense. Yep. An exclusive AMC Dolby Cinema Billie Eilish listening event of her new album is coming here. And there's a few seats remaining in some cities. They're sold out in many others. Looks like the CEO of Highcroft Mining Corporation, who we've had here on this channel in the past, Diane Garrett, has been promoting Highcroft Mining Corporation with the Assay Mining magazine yesterday in London. The magazine is for leading fund managers and analysts to share investment outlooks on market insights. And with silver and gold making all-time highs, they are very interested in Highcroft Mining Corporation. You can see she's dressed for success in her London interview with the Assay, and she has the rocket ship pin on her boot right there. That's fantastic. Papa Powell says Workhorse got great news, 40%, 44% short too. Interesting. The problem is with heavily shorted stocks, that great news doesn't always make them squeeze, as we know already between GameStop and AMC. HP Shifter, I live in Texas. I moved to Rockwall, Texas for the launch of Lit Exchange, which we expect to be in the coming months. Igor, good points. Ricky Ray says, if I rented a $4,000 home in my area, that would be a multi-million-dollar home. I believe it. Depends on where you live, of course. I'm sure that's true for you in your area. Christian says, how high do I think AMC and GameStop could go? Way higher than new all-time highs is what I think. You know what? Yeah, here, you guys need to hear this. A lot of people haven't seen this yet, even though we've posted it multiple times. Like them or hate them, doesn't matter. Steve Bannon is onto it right here.
And you have a holy war by the ape army, and they're relentless. I got news for you. They ain't backing off an inch, okay? They don't want to hear it. They don't think you're so smart. They don't think you're so powerful. They've seen it when they know you've got the sweet hour of prayer over there at these hedge funds. And when the short squeeze starts and these hedge funds start imploding, they're not going to stop at the hedge fund. They're marching towards the heart of the system. What the apes want is a total and complete destruction of a corrupt and incompetent system that has fed upon the very people that have worked so hard to provide the safety and security. Remember one thing, when they talk about liquidity in our capital markets, they talk about the robustness of our capital markets, they talk about that. That is because the underpinnings of civic society. Why is it you want to invest here than other nations of the world, China and Russia and all these other places? Because the civic society that underpins it is not the people on Wall Street. Give me a break. The last, 40 or 50 years, they haven't outperformed the S&P 400. That's why you had the whole ETF. It's not these geniuses of Wall Street. Hey, I went to school with them at Harvard and worked with them at Goldman Sachs. They ain't that smart, trust me. And to prove they're not that smart, the holy war of the apes have them up against the wall, and they're not going to back off. And you're going to hear squealing, and they got to be regulating. This ape army is bad. These people are dangerous. Here's what's dangerous. The elites in this country that have scammed every possible way. These family offices have to be shut down today, and any politician doesn't demand it is not worthy of your vote and not worthy of your representation. This is the scam. The scam is your own money is used to oppress you.
That's right. That's right. Preach, my brother. Preach. What is this? Kansas City said, we apologize for our previous tweet. It was shared in error. And somebody said, y'all are gay and protect pedos. What the hell is going on there? I did see this, however, though, where Alex Rosen said that the Kansas City police let a pedophile who was on parole for child porn walk after he admitted to them that there was child porn on his phone. He did go on to say that, hang on. At the end, they finally got the phone only because he willingly gave it up. We're not going to let you forget that you originally weren't even going to seize the phone. You changed your tune when I started making a scene.
Oh.
Wild. Of course, as you guys know, Bernie Madoff blamed everybody but himself. He talked a lot about how the banks on Wall Street were complicit in his fraud, said Bernie Madoff. He said they knew what was going on and he could have got caught at any time. He said if the regulators had done their job, he would have been caught. At Sital talking about a prison interview with Bernie Madoff. Sital Patel interviewed Bernie Madoff in prison 5 years after he was caught. She says he blamed regulators for not catching him. If you guys want to talk about increasing inventory in the housing market, we can. There's 47% more inventory in Texas than there was last year. 33% more inventory in California than there was last year. 63% more inventory of homes in Florida than last year. That's the reason these places that have a lot of new homes that are on the market, new construction homes on the market, and people in their existing homes beginning to sell their homes, even though there are people flocking into states like Texas, it shows you that there is too many homes available. Then you've got other states that don't have a lot of new construction, like Illinois, New York, etc. They still have only 9% increases in inventory, even though people are fleeing the state. The reason their inventory isn't as high is because there isn't as much new construction. So the prices of new construction going down will first drag down the real estate prices in the southern states that do have a lot of new construction, and then work their way around the rest of the country. So even places like Idaho and such that have a lot of new construction that are in the Midwest are also going to see depreciating home prices, real estate prices before the rest of the country. Juggernaut, appreciate what you're doing. Hey man, thanks. I appreciate you guys as well. FFIE on the run again, back up to $1.69. Yep, sounds about right. Property tax is killer in Texas. I disagree, Raj. You look at other places like California, New York, and Illinois. Where I came from in Illinois, my property taxes were over $1,000 a month. For an equivalent house here in Texas, they would be less than 1/3 of that amount. And I live in Rockwall County, Texas. Rockwall County is the #1 richest county in all of Texas in terms of yearly income by families. So when you compare, everything's relative, right? If you compare Texas to something like Alabama, or whatever, then yes, it's going to sound like Texas property real taxes are high. When you compare it to California, right? Property taxes, Illinois, New York, etc., you'll realize that the property taxes in Texas, relative to the price of the home itself, the square footage, and the land, are actually very, very affordable. Yeah, Axel, great point. There's also no state income tax in Texas. So again, everything is relative, right? It seems expensive to you, but people coming from other states, it's way cheaper than what they're used to paying, especially with what you get for it as well. Let's go back to Roaring Kitty's tweets. Where are we at? Excuse me. Yeah, Ricky Ray, $1,000 property a month in property tax is what I was paying in Illinois, and it wasn't a mansion; it was a $330,000 house. You know, decent size. You know, like 4,200 square feet. But again, that wasn't even in Cook County or DuPage County. That was in far from Chicago, McHenry County, as a matter of fact. And a similar home here in Texas in Rockwall County would be around $300 to $400 a month in property taxes. What movie is this? Who can remind me here? Correct, Justin, but how much is your homeowner's insurance in Florida? Also something you've got to consider. Juggernaut Punch, no, I'm sorry, my man. I no longer have the hats available for purchase, but maybe I'll make them available in the near future if enough people want them. You know, I made hats and beach towels and pillowcases for myself, and shirts, and some people asked for them, so I put them on. I put them online so people could buy them off the store, but I did take them off. I only had them up for like 6 months, and then I took them down. Selling merch is not it's not ideal for me. I don't mind doing it, but I'm not trying to, you know, grift people over here for some merch. So if you want it, you can ask for it, and I will. Stand by me, pretty woman, stand by me. Okay, thanks, guys. If you really want the merch, I can put it up. I always put it up with very low margins on it, so that people can afford it and enjoy it and show it off. And it's a real conversation starter. When I wear this, when I'm out at the grocery store, I'm driving around town, whatever, with my kids' friends, parents see it, and they go, hey, AMC and GameStop, yeah, I heard about that. You know, I heard that it had a huge squeeze in 2020. I'm like, yep, and it's not over. And then we get to talking, and then new apes are made. And they learn more about it, they do their own due diligence, and they realize, hey, this has a lot of potential. These stocks are very undervalued. And yeah, I love the hats and the shirts for that reason, because they stand out, and when people read it, they go, what? Like, okay, that's pretty bold. And then so they start to ask questions about it, and it happens all the time. I have people recognize me a lot, which is odd. I've had multiple people recognize me, like on the golf course and in grocery stores. And they'll look at me like, hey, are you Boss Blunts? Like, yeah. I'm like, holy shit, I saw your beard from across the store. I had to come see if it was you. And that's still, like, that's so weird to me. Like, it's humbling. I don't mind it, but I'm just another regular person like anybody else, you know? So to me, it seems, it's kind of wild. You know what I mean? Yep, Tennessee, I pay $1,300 a year in no sales tax. That's right. But you also live in Tennessee. And if that's where it makes you happy, then I hope you like it there very much. You know, that's where you live. But for me, Tennessee is not a place where I would want to live, personally. FFIE trading at $1.60 a share, up 125% on the day. Bounced off 122 and moved right back up. GME at 29.70. Bounced off the lows of 28.60 earlier and now continues on up. AMC at 485, bounced off 462 and continues to trend sideways and up as well. We got Crown Electric was as high as 50 cents a share, 53 cents a share earlier, 1,000% gains, and is now up 430% on the day. Pretty cool. Greenwave, GWAV is up 117% at around 13 cents a share from its high earlier today of 23 cents a share. The chat is boss, can I get a mug? Paul P. Yeah, man, but I don't make them myself, you know, it's another company that does. I brought 2 previous apes back to the pack just yesterday, says Brainwashed. And I bet you they'll thank you for that eventually, that's for sure. Olesia, cheers, my friend, watching the stream and enjoying the view. I'm happy to hear that. Everybody posting their knees. That's funny. Apparently there is a knee obsession in the think tank. Cat Striker buying and lowering her average. Her dollar cost averaging down. I love it. Jim Jordan and the House Judiciary Committee have just voted to hold Attorney General Merrick Garland in contempt of Congress, as Garland refused to comply with a subpoena requiring him to hand over audio tapes from Special Counsel Hur's investigation into Biden. Surprise, surprise, there's crime afoot in the Biden administration. Color me shocked. Yeah, Frank, they're trying hard to keep GameStop under 30 bucks. Exactly, my friend. And now you see, you guys are learning. I love that. They're trying real hard. They want to keep AMC under 5. They want to keep GameStop under 30. They're really trying to pin these stocks as much as possible. Assidious, honestly, I've been talking about AMC and GameStop nonstop since Monday, and I love the stocks, but I feel like a broken record. I can't continue to repeat the same things over and over again. If you rewind the video today, if you watch yesterday's video, you will learn a lot, my friend. And I will go over it again later today and tomorrow, but for now, I just spoke about it not long ago. The Georgia Court of Appeals has given the green light to former President Donald Trump's appeal to disqualify the Fulton County District Attorney and her office from the case in the ongoing saga of election interference. I think this means that the bullshit court by Fulton County DA against Donald Trump, Fani Willis, is going to be disqualified. And that's exactly what America needs right now. Things are going from bad to worse for Fani Willis. The Georgia Court of Appeals today has given the green light to former President Donald Trump's appeal to disqualify District Attorney Fani Willis and her office from the case in the ongoing saga of the election interference case. This development comes after Fulton County Superior Court Judge Scott McAfee decided Willis could continue leading the investigation, provided Special Prosecutor Nathan Wade bowed out amid swirling rumors of a past romantic entanglement with Willis. Despite admitting to the liaison, which they claimed ended last summer, Willis and Wade staunchly maintain that their previous relationship holds no sway over the integrity of the proceedings. Yeah, sure. And last week, the State of Appeals Court in Georgia agreed to take up the appeal of the judge's ruling that initially allowed Fani Willis to continue prosecuting Trump. Now, Trump's legal team has notified the court it will move forward with the appeal after its approval. A timeline for the appeals court to issue a ruling is uncertain, though Willis's office is bound to push for an expeditious process. There we go. Willis is currently being boxed in by multiple investigations into her office's handling of federal and state funds. Whistleblowers who spoke with the U.S. House Oversight Committee have claimed that she redirected funds intended for anti-gang units to continue supporting her Trump investigation, which paid Wade at last $700,000 for 2 years' work. At the state level, a special committee has been convened to question other county officials about the hiring of Wade. Fantastic. Fantastic news for Donald Trump and the entirety of America. Leading up to elections, do you feel the market will take a nosedive? I don't know, maybe a sliver of transparency. Assidious, I am glad you asked. I've talked about this several times. You know what? I'm going to switch this over. To be completely honest with you, I absolutely believe that Jerome Powell, the Federal Reserve, and the central banks are colluding to keep the stock market as high as possible throughout Joe Biden's tenure so that he has a better chance of getting elected. Because if everybody knows Joe Biden, nobody likes fucking Joe Biden, at least not anybody with a sliver of intelligence. And that being the case, it's going to be very hard for him to win the election without a lot more of the election interference that we saw in 2020. If you still don't believe in the election interference of 2020, I think you have a lot of research to do. And Donald Trump has already stated multiple times that he will fire Jerome Powell from the Federal Reserve when he becomes president again in 2024. That being said, I absolutely see that when it comes closer to the election and the poll numbers are coming out and the vote numbers are coming out, that the Federal Reserve and the central banks could definitely collude to cause a crash in financial markets, the stock market, and so on, to make it appear as if Donald Trump being elected president is what caused a stock market crash. Eric, yes, I did look into Tiger 21. Thank you for sending the information my way. I will keep that in mind for the future, my friend. Apes Together Strong. Kershaw with another awesome AMC and GameStop hat. I love that. Bioside says, so many people in the stream keep asking me, Marcel, how high will this go? Give me a number. It sounds like they're either fools, lazy, both, or trying to get boss to say something that could be construed as financial advice. That is absolutely true. I am 100% certain that some people out there are literally paid shills or working as attorneys through hedge funds that are trying to convince me to give them financial advice, which, as I've said a million times, and I'll say it again, this is not financial advice. I'm not giving you any advice telling you to buy, hold, or sell anything, and you need to do your own homework. But there are a lot of new people that are coming in to the stock that have not been here for 3 years, like some of us, that are just looking for information. And I believe that as well, and that's understandable. But there are limitations to what I can say, period, because it's your money. And if you want somebody to give you financial advice, you have to go hire somebody who has your fiduciary duty in mind and can give you personalized financial advice. I cannot do that, and I will not do that. Biosize says, I would not be surprised if there are people that want Marcel, me, to give financial advice to incriminate him somehow. They are desperate and will stop at nothing to keep their stolen wealth and shift the blame so as to keep the masses distracted instead of seeking the truth that rampant criminal organizations control everything. Look at how they tried to persecute DFV and then put a court order to silence on him. Absolutely right, my guy. Citadel Advisor LLC, we have some new information here. They have reduced their puts by 42% on AMC and have increased their calls, their position in call contracts by 190%. They have 2.5 times more calls than puts. They know what's coming, says French AMC Ape. Excuse me. Let's take a look and see what's up with Roaring Kitty, too. Why not? Assiduous Boss, it's nice to see you at this since the inception. I've been in and out of this for the past 3.5 years. Glad to see you stay positive with the ads stacked against us. My friend, I know what I know. And a stock price is not going to scare me away. Illegal market manipulation and naked shorting is not going to cause me to sell my position for a loss. Unrealized losses are literally that, unrealized. It's the same thing as unrealized gains. If you haven't taken profits or locked in losses, it means nothing. Therefore, the stock price at this very moment doesn't affect me in any way. The stock price when I sell is the only thing that can affect me.
Boring forms and numbers? But I see a story. Do you see these? You don't get one of these unless you've seen a lot of bullshit. Excuse my French. Now you
What the hell?
may only see a pile of boring forms and numbers, but I see a story.
That's cool. Chicago Bears getting ran over by the train. So who was a bear in Chicago? Citadel. Citadel was a bear in Chicago before they got crushed. Wolverine was a bear in Chicago before they got crushed. That is awesome. I did not notice that in the Roaring Kitty video that he put out about an hour ago with the train that was smashing through the pile of cars. Hey, and you know what? Reginald, I appreciate that, man. Thank you for the super chat. He says, Ken Griffin, I ain't selling till they fire Janet Yellen. Too kind of you, my guy. Who else? There was someone else. Ariel, I'm sorry if I didn't see your super chat earlier, but thank you as well for that. That's very kind of you. And Jeffrey Jones said, thanks for all you do, Butcher, and the time you put in on your videos. Cheers, my friend. Thank you very much. We greatly appreciate you and your support of the channel. GME 29.24, AMC 477, Faraday $1.66, up 136% on the day. Bobby Love, thank you for being here with us as well, my friend. There's one of those mugs. Idaho Bob got one of them. I remember that. Got one of the... The We're Gonna Be So Fucking Rich mug. Full of some delicious looking coffee and herbs. With a gold plated pipe. Love it, man. Love it. And I was thinking about doubling down on my FFIE call contract position at $1.23. But if I'm correct, and it's supposed to end the day today around $1.40, $1.50, and then run again tomorrow, from the technical analysis standpoint and the short interest, I may just increase my position here towards the end of the day when the stock price comes back towards the $1.50 range anyway. Even though I am still up on my contracts, the $4 call contracts for FFIE with June 21st expiration. Daz Wilson, much love for all your hard work and research, boss. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate it. Hollywood got the We're Gonna Be So Fucking Rich phone case. Cheers, my man. That's cool. D Cosmo, learned a lot from you. Appreciate you, boss. I'm glad to hear that, man. Thank you so much. And folding chairs were a response to Kramer as well. I must have missed that. I must have missed the folding chairs. Jay Tate says, I averaged down from $9 to $6.77. Can't wait to see my damn gains. Cheers for you, my friend. Justin is new to the channel. Got in under Matt Kors back in the day. I've been super depressed over 3 years, he says, down 620K actual. Do we ever see 50 plus again? I don't mind waiting. Tell me what you can. What does your heart tell you? What does your brain tell you? Do you think I'd be dollar cost averaging down for 3 years and holding thousands of shares if I didn't think that they were going to go to new all-time highs? Jaber, cheers, my friend. I will be right back. I'm going to take a quick 5-minute break. I'm going to go check on the kids. They're having a little bit of a spat, so I'm going to go check on them and see how it's going down there. I'll be back in about 5 minutes or so. Yup, Reginald, my GameStop was up 100% 2 days ago, and I didn't sell shit. I'm here for all the new all-time highs. My guy, I like that. And we're back. Carl says, I'm not selling until the CAT system is implemented. I'm not selling until they fire Janet Yellen. Michael Mack says, hit that like button. Appreciate you, buddy. Yes, please hit the stupid like button. Bliss, thank you for your support as well. Let's scoot this over a little bit. Kitty Post. Let's watch it. And get my face out of the way. There we go. Oh, that's the one we saw earlier. That was 9 minutes ago. But it's a good one, though. It's like it's telling you guys, like, hey, this might seem like random shit, but I'm telling a story. And that's what we've been saying the whole time. Like, he's literally telling us what he believes, what he expects. And I'm inclined to agree. FFIE, $1.73. I still think it'll end the day around $1.45. And then I believe it'll go higher tomorrow, much higher. New all-time high. Or, well, not new all-time high, but higher than today. I think it'll exceed $2.35 tomorrow. I could be wrong, right? But that's what the TA leads me to believe. The last 4 days have looked exactly the fucking same on that stock. GameStop, AMC. We will see what happens tomorrow if the leaps theory is correct, that they're supposed to, the 39-month leaps that were taken out in February of 2021 expire tomorrow. We'll see if that's correct. That may be part of what attributed to the big run on Monday and Tuesday. But there has been massive volume on AMC and GameStop for the last 2 weeks, particularly. And just like January and June of 21, before they ran to the big highs, they had big green days, big red days, big green days, big red days. So it is very possible that we could be seeing something very similar happening. Thanks, Phoenix Ascending. I will refresh and check out the new Roaring Kitty post. Good job. Thank you, DJ Retro. I see your comments. I appreciate you guys. Thanks for sharing the info.
This one song, it'll change your life, I swear.
What the hell is this? Oh my god, that's fucking awesome. Luke, thank you for explaining that. A short position, if you're not sure yet, a short position is when a hedge fund or family office, a bank or a market maker, for example, sell a share of stock or millions of shares or even billions of shares of stocks that they don't own. That is literally the equivalent of selling someone a car and then buying it later at a lower price to deliver it to them. You have to borrow it from an entity that owns it in order to sell it short. They can recall that entity at any time, thus forcing you to buy back that vehicle or that share at much higher prices than you were initially anticipated. This leads to a potential of infinite losses. Now, a naked short is just a short without actually finding the shares before you sell them. That means that they are artificially driving down the stock price. And what happens is these hedge funds and market makers and such have done this with AMC and GameStop, and as you can see here, even Faraday and other stocks, so many times that when they get caught upside down, well, they have literally the potential for infinite losses. I don't mean that figuratively. I mean literally the losses could be so astronomical that the entire financial system is at risk. Luke says, yes, sir, I'm here to help. I have limited knowledge, but I'm happy to pass on what I've learned. And that's what I hope everybody would do. We all have limited knowledge in one way or another, and sharing the information that we've learned together with others is how we grow our collective knowledge as a swarm, together, as retail. Got to check my emails right quick while I'm doing that right now, while watching all this stuff that's going down. But no worries. Somebody asks, I've heard you say hedging. What does that mean? Well, it's basically a strategy used to offset losses. So when a fund or a market maker or whatever goes short, they have to take an opposite position in the asset to hedge against losses. So they are short the stock, and in order to hedge their delta, hedge their money from achieving infinite losses, they eventually have to buy shares of that stock. That creates a reduction in risk that is provided by the hedging, which is buying the shares, that typically results in a massive reduction in potential profits, or at least a reduction in infinite losses. So they have to hedge from infinite losses by buying the stock, causing themselves to realize losses. I know it sounds complicated, but it's basically taking the opposite position in order to prevent themselves from going insolvent. I am having a lag spike here. My apologies, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, free like summer. Hedging is taking a position in the opposite direction, like an insurance policy. Yes. But one that does not guarantee gains. It just offsets the potential for infinite losses. All right, how's everything coming along? Faraday at $1.66. GameStop 29.12. AMC 4.75. Green Wave 15 cents. Crown Electric 25 cents. Take a look at the screener real quick, see what's happened most recently here in the market. Yep, Crown Electric still leads the way with 430% gains. Lucy with 217%. Green Wave and Faraday right behind it. Brush Oral Care, Blue Star, and ASTS right behind that. Not much of a surprise there. Highcroft Mining Corporation is up 2% today. Silver is looking really hot today at $30 an ounce. And as you guys may remember, we've been talking about silver for a long time now, and I along many others, picked up silver for around $17 to $18 or so. A lot of people even $20, $25, etc., and are looking extremely healthy in that store of wealth and investments. Because it is a very good vehicle for maintaining your wealth and hedging against inflation. See what's going on the Twitterverse. So, dude, gaming, I will. I have to do that after the stream. I can't unblock you right now because it takes a long time to find an individual person in YouTube to unblock them. I don't know why you got blocked. It must have been a mod for one reason or another, but I will try to remember later. If I forget, just shoot me another message on Twitter. Super Weenies asks, how many calls are in the money now since these bastards drove the price even further down? There's around 100,000 AMC calls in the money and around 150,000 GameStop calls in the money right now at the current prices. And a lot of those were not in the money. The majority of those were not in the money last Friday. So that being the case, they may have to delta hedge against those potential call contracts being potentially exercised. me go back here. Let's just go to the recents. FFIE. I still think FFIE is at $1.65. I still feel like it'll probably end the day around $1.45 or so, $1.40 to $1.50. And I will likely be increasing my position in call contracts when it gets to those levels. I've got about 16 minutes to see that happen towards the end of the day, and I suspect it will. And I will explain to people why I believe that will happen. This is today's chart. And I'll see if I can do this really quickly. Really quickly here. Okay. Here we go. And look, it actually works even with the current price action. So it's, okay, let's see, $1.59. Okay, I may have been wrong. It may end the day around $1.60. But let's look at yesterday's chart. That looks very similar, doesn't it? It looks exactly the friggin' same, if you ask me. Wrong placement for the ray. Right about here. Here's where it keeps bouncing off of. See, 38 cents yesterday, 98 cents high, and then ended the day around 75 cents or so. And then look at the day before, and you got to zoom in. Still on the 5-minute chart, looks the same. Ray, low, opened the day at 9 cents. High of 35 cents. Massive short interest on this stock. I wasn't so sure about it yesterday, but I've done a lot more homework on it. And it looks like it's still got a lot of potential. There's still incredible short interest percentage on the stock. And then the day before, look, also looks the same. And it does the same thing. 4 cents to 7 cents, ended at 6 cents. And then the next day, 8 cents to 36 cents, ended at 26. And then yesterday, low of around 4 cents, high of 98 cents, ended at 75 cents or so. Whoops, I just accidentally moved that ray, so I might as well just delete it before I fuck something up. And then today, and as a matter of fact, look at the lines from the other days. The ray actually extends into today and provided a level of support and resistance in which we're currently sitting in. And if I delete those and get them out of the way, I cannot seem to click that one for some reason. There we go. It looks very similar to what we're seeing now. Look at that. Again, pointing to ending the day somewhere in the $1.60, $1.55 to $1.62 range. That's what it points to, in my opinion. That's what the TA shows me. And whether I'm wrong or right, nobody knows until it happens. But it's at $1.68 now. AMC's at $4.70 basically. GameStop's at $29, almost exactly $29 right now. Looks like they want it to end the day under $29. As you can tell by the massive red candles, right? Look at that. Like that's obviously trying to end the day as low as possible. Trying to get it under 29. And it looks like they're likely going to succeed. AMC, they probably want to get it under 450. I don't think they're going to succeed, but look at that candle. What does that tell you? They're going to be trying to short it into the end of the day. I don't think they'll succeed to get it down to under 450, but it will look good for the shorts to have the highest possible percentage losses for today because these stocks just ran 350% over the last week. So to have them come down a couple days in a row for 25% or whatever is going to make new investors less apt to invest in the companies. Yeah, Faraday continues here. The volume was 16 million, 9 million, 5 million, 3 million, 10 million, 7 million, 6 million, 3.4 million in the current candle. Dave Trong says AMC max pain for this week is 450. That is correct. Bones. That's my nickname for a reason, brother. Not my. I'm talking to Bones. That's not my nickname. TA is simple thing. Think you're on track, boss, says Tully Targus. And I think it's true, yeah. It doesn't always work, but if it gives you a slightly better than 50-50 chance, then technical analysis is worthwhile. The new Kitty post is a banger, somebody said. Look at what I tell you about FFIE, $1.60 right now. See? And again, I'm not trying to say like, oh yeah, I know everything, but look. When you zoom in, now I'm on the 1 minute chart from the 5 minute chart. And look at how, same thing for the last 4 days in a row on this stock. And it's likely to end the day right here around $1.60. That's my guess. Buy signal on what? Yeah, for those of you guys that didn't know, AMC short volume has reached levels that has not been seen since January and June of 2021, when the stock ran up over 1,800% on each occasion. That's what those blue lines are. The first blue line is January, the second blue line is June of 2021, and the blue line all the way on the right here, is today. Well, yesterday, technically speaking. But that is for a reason. And as you can see, if you zoom in on this, before it got to this massive number, there was a high short interest here, dropped down, and then jumped back up. Same here. High short interest, jumped down, high short interest, jumped down, and then super high short interest. Oh, you can't see that on the screen, sorry. Let me move that over. There you go. So now you can see it better. It jumped up here, dropped, jumped up, dropped, and then reached the highs of January. Same here in June. May, jumped, dropped, jumped super high. And then today, levels we haven't seen since then, jumped, dropped, and then that leads me to believe next week could be incredibly bullish for the stocks of AMC and GameStop. SSR today on AMC, Tammy says, I have not confirmed that, but I would not be surprised, especially because if SSR is triggered, then that would mean that market makers would have to use short exemption rule 203B. And short exemption rule 203B allows them to short a stock on the downtick. And I am going to buy some shit. Faraday down to $1.60, much like we called. I'm going to average, actually I'm about the same price as I purchased earlier on my Faraday contracts. And I'm going to increase my position in the stock. Now, this is not financial advice, and if you don't know what you're doing with options, you need to learn before you start gambling in the market with those options. But it reached my target zone, and I believe it still will go down a little bit, right around, but again, this range is super small now. $1.57, $1.58 to $1.61. And of course, it could break out to the upside or the downside at any moment. Like here, as you can see, it's tried several times to bust over it, and the algorithm controls it to keep it in that range. Yep. Beautiful. As those contracts are getting cheaper and cheaper, look at that, $1.50. Earlier I did tell you it could end the day somewhere in the $1.45 mark, but I am not positive if it will end the day that low. Got about 7 minutes left in the session as well. Some people naturally selling off their contracts on FFIE. Day traders, I'm sure, and market makers, of course. David Cattell says just added some more in case after hours goes crazy. Jake says, where do you think it could get to tomorrow? I think it could reach new highs tomorrow, FFIE specifically. Same goes for AMC and GameStop. Will it? Nobody knows. Nobody knows. We'll have to find out tomorrow. Yep, heading right towards that range that we specified earlier. I am going to save some cash for tomorrow to average down if I need to on my positions. Bingo. Just in time. GameStop 27.75. Look at that. AMC 467. Mass amounts of red candles. Shorting going on the GME. Let's try a little bit of TA on the GameStop as well. Well, the problem with the TA is it doesn't work as well when these guys are manipulating it at such ridiculous levels. But it's looking here like it's calling for a low of GME or end of the day around 28 and 28.50 or so. Even though it's at 27.90 at the moment with only 2 minutes left to trade. But that, again, that doesn't mean it can't be lower or higher, especially if I happen to draw one of these rays incorrectly or something like that. That's always a possibility. But adjusting for that, let's see. Maybe looking for a close in there somewhere in the $27.50 to $28 range. Again, that's all relative. Anything is possible, especially with these stocks. Pulse is going to load up at these prices. Seeing the volume now versus the last micro squeeze blows my mind. Says got to keep it up. Enrique, I bought more call contracts in FFIE Faraday Future. Because as you can see here from the chart, RTA aligns at exactly this level for the end of the day, and with the short interest that we have, and if the volume continues tomorrow, there's a high possibility, in my opinion, and this is not financial advice, there's a high possibility that the stock could reach new highs tomorrow. And naturally, my gains on this stock would go straight to AMC and GameStop. AMC tomorrow, Elias, if the leaps theory is correct, they could see massive movement upwards tomorrow. Even if it's incorrect, if they still need to hedge and get more shares, they could see massive movement upwards tomorrow for AMC and GameStop. Nobody knows, right? That's the thing about gambling in this dumpster fire of a stock exchange. The manipulation is insane. But thanks to the manipulation, that we have an opportunity, or we have many opportunities to fuck the system that has been trying to fuck us for so long. Cool, calm, and collected, says Pusher with Powder. David Cattell is averaged down to only $27 a share. Fantastic. What's up, Native Gamer? Welcome, my friend. William says, I think FFIE is a distraction for me. Fair enough, my friend. If you think it's a distraction, don't touch it. You know what I mean? If you don't feel comfortable with something, you should never mess around with it. Elias, man, you called it, beast. Yeah, well, nobody's perfect, right? But I definitely think that that's exactly where this stock is meant to be through the algorithm at the end of the day. And then tomorrow, I think it's got a lot of potential to keep going. Yeah, look at yesterday. It was very similar. Oh, I deleted that line, but that line goes this way. And we are in the after hours now. And the stock is to $1.64 in that range. I suspect it'll probably maintain, look very similar to what happened the day prior as well. And just kind of maintain a range, you know, sideways movement until tomorrow's trading session. Rolando's got 100 shares of CRKN, Crown Electric. Good luck to you, my friend. Good luck to you, my friend. Crown Electric had a big move from 6 cents to 53 cents today, and then back to 25 cents, basically. Both up. Crown and Faraday both up 5% in the after hours, too. So that's great to hear, great to see. I'm going to check real quick to see if there's one last Roaring Kitty tweet. Because why not? And cheers to all of you who have signed up for the email updates from Lit Exchange. Definitely looking forward to bringing that to you guys next week. I'm going to take a look and see. Oh, the dude. Yes. That's great. Who doesn't love this movie? CPR and Quan, thank you guys very much. It's too kind of you. Ooh, let's see. The dude. Cohen. Interesting. Cohen. And he's decoding the message. It's the old cock and balls pattern on the technical analysis of the charts. That's great.
Something that we should be tolerating. And
you know what's funny is that we just literally showed this asshole, Jim Clayton, just yesterday here on this channel. This guy is a hedgy bastard. He works for Apollo Global Management. He's one of the attorneys for Apollo.
yeah, and is this something that we should be tolerating in our markets? You know, whether it's legal or illegal, I don't think so.
I'm like, what do you say fuck me for?
Yeah, and is this something that we should be tolerating in our markets?
Yes.
You know, whether it's legal or illegal, I don't think so.
I'm like, what do you say fuck me for?
So yeah, this hedgy bastard works for Apollo Global Management, a hedge fund that was just nailed for illegally manipulating the lives of people by betting against old people dying in retirement homes through the use of insurance plans, life insurance plans, and offshore companies. So this is the people that we are dealing with, ladies and gentlemen. I do plan to stream tomorrow again. I'm looking forward to it. Now I really got my eyes set on AMC, GameStop, FFIE, and whatever else might go nuts in the market tomorrow. So thank you again, everybody, for your support. Also, Juan Hugh Cheers says, thanks for your time and info, boss. I'm glad I could help in whatever way possible. CPR, beer o'clock, boss. Enjoy a cold one. Thank you, my friend. Have a great day, my friends. I wish you peace and wealth.